Bonus credit instantly in lineups when you play $5. Win or lose, you'll get $50 in lineups just for playing. It's guaranteed. Prize Picks. It's good to be right. You do have to be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for restrictions and details.
Furnished by IntelliBrands. Whether because of discomfort, lack of mobility, your lifestyle, or occupation, you sit inactively way too many hours a day. Get an Ellipse, the premium quality automatic seated exerciser that strengthens legs, increases mobility, and boosts circulation without physical strain or impact. Improve your flexibility and balance. Strengthen and tone your legs.
My joints feel better, my knees feel better, my back feels better, and it makes me feel stronger too.
My circulation is moving. I'm burning calories, and it makes me feel energetic.
It's so quiet that none of my coworkers even know I'm using it.
Call now and order Ellipse, the seated exerciser that strengthens legs, increases mobility, and boosts circulation. And for a limited time, get a free upgrade to our deluxe bundle with a faster motor, sport mat, and wireless remote. Call 800-555-1212. That's 800-555-1212. 800-555-1212 now. These statements and products have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or condition.
This is AM 850 WEEI Boston, the home of Rome, Boston College sports, and you better you bet. AM 850 WEEI, always live on the free Odyssey app.
This is Black and Abdallah on Westwood One Sports. Here's Chris Black and Adam Abdallah.
Welcome in. It's Westwood One Sports and the Westwood One Sports and app. It's Black and Abdallah here hanging out with you. You can also listen to us on SiriusXM channel 375 and all of our great radio affiliates around the country. I'm Chris Black along with Adam Abdallah, broadcasting live today, downtown Chicago. We're on the air from noon until 3 Eastern, hanging out with you. If you want to call us today, be participants in the show, you can call us at 310-840-4910. You can also text that same number as we are entering day 4 of NFL free agency. There's a lot going on in the NFL, and the Baltimore Ravens are still at the top of the conversation part because of what we've seen over the last week, signing Trey Hendrickson, pulling out of the deal for Max Crosby. Eric DeCosta spoke yesterday to the media trying to justify the pivot that the Ravens have made. I also think as we kind of keep our eyes on the Max Crosby situation, I find it hard to believe that Max Crosby will be a Raider this upcoming fall. I think a trade will still take place. Maybe it takes place around the draft, but I think it will be tough to see or believing that Max Crosby will be a Raider when football starts up this fall.
Yeah, you have a countdown to the draft. So whenever that first round starts, that is, I'm in agreement with you. That is when I think Max Crosby will be traded, because right now everything can be all sunshine and puppy dog kisses and all that good stuff. That stuff that everybody likes, unless you're allergic to dogs. And
that's what Vegas is known for.
Yeah, sunshine and puppy dog kisses, right?
Say.
Yeah.
Yes, it's a part of the motto.
Yes. Right when you get off the plane, they just hand you a puppy dog, and it's endless sunshine.
Yes.
And, Max Crosby yesterday, he had the tweet, "Everything happens for a reason. Believe nothing you hear and half of what you see. I'm a Raider. I'm back. Run that blank." And he had the Undertaker gif of him kicking the door open, and there was fire and all this kind of stuff. He had the little pirate emoji and all that kind of stuff.
For today.
Yeah, for today. Exactly.
Congrats.
Exactly.
For today.
For today.
For today.
And the Raiders have said that they are not going to trade Max Crosby. That probably means that their phone has stopped ringing for Max Crosby because the offers have probably dried up, because teams are reassessing. What do we want to offer for Max Crosby? Is it going to still be 2 firsts? Probably not. Is it going to be a first and extra? Is it not even going to be a first round pick for Max Crosby? What is his value? And now I think as we get closer to the draft and you have more of these pro days and people start doing more of their draft evaluation, and it never stops, obviously, for these NFL teams. They have scouts and all this kind of stuff. But now as these pro days start ramping up and we get closer to the draft, I think that teams will start calling again for Max Crosby. And I think the Raiders will start to see, hey, if we can get a first round pick, I still believe. I'm not speaking for the Raiders. I'm speaking for myself, Adam Abdallah here. I believe that the best thing moving forward, the best thing that the Raiders can do is get a first round pick and use it on another offensive lineman and build their offensive line. I know they added Tyler Linderbaum. You still need more offensive linemen to protect Fernando Mendoza. You can never have enough offensive linemen. You can never have enough defensive linemen on your team. You need to build this team through the trenches. And I think you can do that by trading Max Crosby. Even if you get a first and a third, that's still enough to start rebuilding this team and move forward and move Max Crosby off of this team.
And I'm with you on that. I think that would be the best way to build for the Las Vegas Raiders. I also don't really see the incentive on keeping Max Crosby. You've already pivoted. You've already spent a lot of cash this offseason, patching up the linebackers, working on the offensive line. I would continue doing that. John Spytek should continue doing that as he's rebuilding this Raiders team with a new head coach. They're going to have a new quarterback. I think that really makes sense. It doesn't really make a lot of sense to me to keep Max Crosby anymore, especially when you've gone down this path. And you mentioned, I wonder if teams are going to call and they're going to try and find out whether or not it's still 2 first-round picks or maybe it's 1 first-round pick and something else. I mean, if you're the Dallas Cowboys today, you have 2 first-round picks. Why are you not dealing at least one of them, if not more stuff, for Max Crosby? Max Crosby to the Dallas Cowboys makes a lot of sense. And we talked about that last week when we were going through all the different options for Crosby to land before the trade on Friday took place with the Ravens. We had the Dallas Cowboys as one of those options. And that to me would make a lot of sense. And I'm guessing as like you said, we're counting down to the draft at the end of April. I'm sure by the time we get there, there will be more to this story, and it won't be Max Crosby just sending out social media messages, pictures of The Undertaker from the WWE, and then suggesting I'm a Raider for life. I don't think that's going to be the case. And I think at some point, he's going to put a cowboy hat on, and he's going to be down in Texas getting ready for a Cowboys football season.
And props to him for using the Undertaker GIF and Laura producing the show today in California, you sending us the Leonardo DiCaprio Wolf of Wall Street, I'm not going anywhere. At least he didn't use that. That's what everybody uses. He didn't use that. That's what everybody uses. And I'm glad he went outside the box and didn't use that, because that's what at least he went a little different. He went a little outside the box. Good for Max Crosby. Because that's what I thought that everybody was going to use. And I'm glad Laura put that in my brain to be okay, Max Crosby went an alternate route. Good for him. Because he might still be going somewhere.
Okay, when you look at the personality types of other people and you look at GIF guy, where do you rank GIF guy? Guy that is always sending gifts to you through the text messages, through the online platforms. If you're a GIF guy, where do you rank that as? If that's your personality trait, I'm the guy that sends wacky gifts. Okay. And if you don't know what it's the moving picture, right? It's a quick little moving picture.
Yeah. GIF or GIF.
It's called a GIF. Yeah. There was some nerd out there that tried to.
It's actually called a GIF.
He tried to start
the
a
peanut
movement.
butter.
Yeah, it didn't catch on, pal.
No,
it didn't work.
I don't care what it's supposed to be called. We started calling it a GIF, and that's what it is.
Yeah, I mean, it's that's. But if you're that guy, that girl, and that's your personality. You could also have just said the words that you wrote. You didn't have to have the GIF of The Undertaker, but you're right.
Yes.
The DiCaprio in Wolf of Wall Street, I'm not leaving type of thing. That one is used way too much.
Oh, yeah.
There's also, if you want to go down that path and you want to send us your GIFs, there's also The Undertaker rising from the dead.
Oh, yeah.
There's that people use that one all the time.
Yeah.
I prefer Sting coming from the rafters if we want to stick with wrestling gifts.
Well, here, listen, we're getting into tournament time. March Madness is upon us, and The Undertaker will be getting a workout.
Oh, yeah.
Because teams will be coming from behind.
Yes.
Bets.
They're not dead.
Yeah, bets that were going to be losses will be coming wins. And your bets that you make at DraftKings, with promo code Black and Abdallah, B&A, that's B&A, losses will become wins. And those Undertaker gifts will be getting a workout.
It's Black and Abdallah here on Westwood One Sports and the Westwood One Sports app. So we're talking about Max Crosby, and that also relates to what the Ravens were able to accomplish this week. They signed Trey Hendrickson yesterday, so he's locked in as their edge rusher for the Ravens this upcoming season. GM Eric DeCosta got a chance to speak to the media yesterday, and this is DeCosta talking about the thought, because we started yesterday's show calling yesterday on a Wednesday a shady Wednesday based on all the different things taking place in sports. And one of those being the Ravens backing out of the Crosby deal to then sign almost immediately Trey Hendrickson, which felt a little sketchy, a little shady.
Yeah.
So here's Eric DeCosta, the GM of the Ravens, talking about the thoughts that the Ravens got cold feet for the trade for Max Crosby.
I understand how people might maybe from afar would feel that way, but nobody's more upset about this than me. Gutted by it, actually. And so a big regret for me. But we will move on as a football team, and I think there's many opportunities for us to grow as a team, to become a better team, to build a roster, and to be the team that we want to be.
Do you believe him?
No, come on. This is Lion season, man. Are you kidding me? I don't believe anything anybody says, any person in the NFL. Lion season started back at the Combine. It started back, and that's when you started seeing the smoke, and like the Raiders were like, I don't know if we're going to draft Fernando Mendoza. I don't know. We might take a look at everything. No, you're drafting Fernando Mendoza. You're going to trade Max Crosby. I don't believe anything. Oh, we were going to try. No, I don't believe anything you're saying. I don't believe anything. Come on.
Just like 2 weeks ago when you and I were like, yeah, you know where Kyler Murray's going to end up? It's going to be the Minnesota Vikings. And then days go by, weeks go by, and then there's stories yesterday that the Minnesota Vikings are talking to Kyler Murray today.
You don't say.
So that we'll address the Kyler stuff as we go along here until 3 Eastern on Black and Abdallah. But I think you're right. Like, he's not going to say publicly, like, yeah, actually, when we got Max Crosby in the building, it was all a ruse. It was all so then we could land Trey Hendrickson. Eric DeCosta, the GM of the Ravens, also went on to say that there were claims that he claimed he wanted Hendrickson and Crosby. Listen to this.
In terms of Trey, I think we came to a point probably after we lost Tyler where, as we're trying to find the best way for us to get better as a football team, Trey kind of made a lot of sense as a possible guy to look at. So we started some discussions with he and his agent, thinking that, potentially we'd have two pass rushers on the defensive line on both sides of the line. Again, I think it was disappointing, to us, and probably in a way, potentially disappointing probably to Trey as well.
So that was DeCosta yesterday speaking to the media, saying that it was a possibility that the Ravens would have Trey Hendrickson and Max Crosby on the team together. Again, I'll say, do you believe it? That actually sounded like that could have been a possibility. I actually believe the way that he lays that out there.
I don't believe it. Because we say the cap is a myth. The cap is a myth. The cap is a myth until you have a $77 million cap hit from your quarterback that you have to rework just to fit Max Crosby on your roster, which you still had to rework just to fit Trey Hendrickson on your roster. So how are you reworking those two deals again to fit another pass rusher on your roster?
Well, you know how this works. It's not, NFL teams are not just making one singular move and then going to the next. It's multiple plates being spun at the same time. There's multiple things in the air.
I understand.
So you're restructuring Lamar Jackson. You got some potential cash freed up here. If you make the trade, you get a player there. Oh, Lindenbaum's leaving. Okay, so we don't have to pay a center what we thought we might have to. Like, there's a lot going on. Like, I get that.
This is classic Mrs. Doubtfire. He got caught with two dates at the same time.
At the restaurant?
At the restaurant.
He's going to the bathroom in between orders to then change into the suit.
And he got caught with his tights on. Okay? I'm sorry, DeCosta. You got caught in a classic Mrs. Doubtfire situation trying to date at the two of them at the same time.
Yes.
And this is what happened. And now you're trying to to talk your way out of it, and it is just not working. All right? And one of them is back with Pierce Brosnan.
Yes, right.
Okay?
Right.
I'm sorry. Even though she doesn't want to be with Pierce Brosnan, she is with Pierce Brosnan.
I could see your point with that. I could see that trying to play both sides of that would end up into this situation. Now, I think the Ravens win in the end. Like, I don't think that they're a loser in this situation.
Absolutely not.
But you're right. If you want to look at the analogy of this is what Robin Williams is doing in Mrs. Doubtfire, and the classic scene where they're all at the restaurant together and he's running back and forth between the date and the family and back and forth and changing and all that stuff, you're right. You're trying to do both things at once, and it's difficult to do.
Yeah.
I understand your point.
But I agree with you. The Ravens still won because they got Trey Hendrickson. They didn't have to give up 2 draft picks for it. And it's essentially the same. You absorb the same contract, the same amount of money that you would if you would have had to take on the contract of Max Crosby. You restructure Lamar Jackson's contract. You get that worked out. Everything works out for you in the end. You're still the favorite to win the AFC. You're still the favorite to win your division. Everything works out for you. You still have a great team. You still added one of the best defensive players available in the draft. And ultimately, you didn't give up 2 first-round picks. You still have your picks there where you can draft for the next 2 years. You didn't lose anything.
Do you think our younger listeners on Black and Abdallah have any idea what we're talking about with Mrs. Doubtfire?
I think Mrs. Doubtfire translates. I do. I think it does.
If you get what we're saying, text us at 310-840-4910. Let us know if you understand what Abdallah is saying there with Mrs. Doubtfire, a classic from the 90s starring Robin Williams. He plays a grandmother. Right? Like, that's the best way to describe it. Who's a nanny.
A nanny. Because,
a nanny who's a grandmother.
Yeah.
Who is also the father.
Yeah.
And he is...
Yeah, he loses custody of his kids. He's trying to find a way to see them more, so he becomes their
nanny.
Yeah.
It's great.
Yeah.
See, back in the day, back in our day, Abdallah, back in the 90s, they used to make movies that were simple like that.
Yeah, hijinks.
It was fun. Yeah. It was good fun. There's no Avengers. There's no CGI. Just a guy in a bunch of makeup. Mm-hmm. It was very nice.
It was great.
Nice movie. So text us. 310-840-4910. Hello. Black and Abdallah here on Westwood One Sports and the Westwood One Sports app. I think Kyler Murray is the perfect fit for the Vikings. We'll tell you about that coming up next. The tournament is coming. 64 teams, buzzer beaters, bracket busters, upsets nobody saw coming.
This year, DraftKings is giving you a free shot at $1 million with a free-to-play survivor pool. Pick one team each day of the tournament. If they win, you move on. If they lose, you're out.
Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now and use code B&A. That's code B&A for Black and Abdallah. Enter the free survivor pool for your shot at $1 million. In partnership with DraftKings, the crown is yours.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY at 467-369. In Connecticut, help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. 21 plus, 18 plus in D.C., Kentucky, New Hampshire, and Wyoming. Eligibility restrictions apply. Void where prohibited. One free entry per customer. Must enter prior to tip-off. $1 million prize split if multiple winners. Terms dkng.co/mania survivor pool. No colleges or universities or the NCAA are affiliated with this promotion.
Conference tournaments are happening now. Who's in? Who's out? And how should it impact your bracket? March Madness is upon us on your official home of the NCAA tournament. Westwood One Sports.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along. Which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. At ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. Wendy's has a new Girl Scout Thin Mints Frosty Fusion with Girl Scout Thin Mints cookie pieces, rich creamy frosty, and a mint chocolate cookie sauce. Which means Girl Scout Thin Mints and Wendy's Frosty, yeah, they're basically best friends now. It's like two delicious desserts just high-fived, snapped a few too many friendship selfies, and then rode a tandem bike down a never-ending road of mint chocolate frosty perfection. So, swing by Wendy's and try the new Thin Mints Frosty Fusion.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's.
O'Reilly. Replace your wiper blades and save $10 on a pair of Rain-X Latitude wiper blades at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Beam blade technology improves windshield contact for maximum visibility. Our professional parts people will even install your new wiper blades for free. Stop by your O'Reilly Auto Parts store or shop online at O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
The IRS, the world's most aggressive collection agency. They can seize your property, bank account, and garnish your wages. They cause sleepless nights for millions of Americans. Don't be one of them. If you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS or state, get protected today. Call 800-242-3186. Coast One Tax Group, protecting your bank, home, and your sleep since 2008. With hundreds of 5-star reviews and an A+ on the Better Business Bureau. Call Coast One Tax Group, 800-242-3186. Stanley from New York owed $93,000. The IRS placed a levy on his bank account. Coast One released the levy and settled with the IRS for $2,000. Mark in Michigan owed $225,000. After Coast One stepped in, Mark walked away paying less than $1,500. Call Coast One now. A 10-minute call can save you up to 93% on your back taxes. Get your fresh start today. That's 800-242-3186.
Sponsored by Coast One Financial Group. America, look around. Everywhere you go, prices are still high. Rates have been whipsawing markets, and the debt and spending don't exactly scream stability. If your retirement is mostly stocks and bonds, you may be taking a risk, more risk than you think. And when you're near retirement, a sharp drawdown at the wrong time can do real damage. Experts say diversifying with intention is the #1 secret account that all Americans' smart money uses to hedge against instability. Its precious metals, silver, and gold is having a spectacular bull run. Would it not make sense to get in before the rocket takes off? Monetary Gold have been around since 2000, witnessing multiple economic setbacks. They have the experience to help tailor your portfolio to your needs. If you call now, they will cover up to a lifetime of your IRA fees on qualified accounts. Call Monetary Gold now at 877-NOW-GOLD. That's 877-NOW-GOLD. Performance may vary. You should always consult your financial and tax professional. That's 877-NOW-GOLD.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-785-9132. That's 800-785-9132. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-785-9132.
This is AM 850 WEEI Boston, the home of Rome, Boston College sports, and you better you bet. AM 850 WEEI.
This is Bleck and Abdallah on Westwood One Sports. Here's Chris Bleck and Adam Abdallah.
You can text the show today, 310-840-4910. Abdallah gave a Mrs. Doubtfire analogy for the Baltimore Ravens, trying to play two players at once, trying to have the Max Crosby situation land, and then also trying to sign Trey Hendrickson. Javier from the 310 out in Los Angeles texts the show. He says, I love Mrs. Doubtfire, but wrong analogy, though. because the NFL and free agency, you're allowed to talk to multiple suitors. It would be silly not to talk to multiple suitors at once. So that's wrong. It's an incorrect analogy for Abdallah to say it's Mrs. Doubtfire.
I politely disagree with Javier because there's no world where they were going to have the two of them together. And then going back on the trade and then instantly signing Trey Hendrickson, if you were going to do both, you could have done both. Like saying that you were going to do both and then not having both on your roster means you weren't going to do both. So he's either lying or something fell through.
I think something fell through.
I think they had buyer's remorse. I think that they saw that they were like, we shouldn't have given up 2 first-round picks. And then they found out we actually have a chance at getting Trey Hendrickson. And then they were afforded this opportunity.
But to go down that path of thought, you would then, why did it take so long to think you had a chance with Trey Hendrickson? He was a free agent. You could have talked to him at any point here in the offseason.
I would believe it if it didn't happen before with this organization. This organization has done this multiple times. So I just don't believe it. I just don't. And I'm not the only one. Like other people in the NFL also don't believe it. Other GMs, other front office people also don't believe it. It's not me just going out on a limb with some crazy theory like I normally do. Other front office people also
like I normally do.
Also don't believe the Ravens handled this the right way and some shady stuff is going on.
Yeah, I believe it was Will Compton, the former NFL player, was on social media saying that he saw that when he was a player as well, former teammate that went down the line with the Ravens, and then at the last second they say he failed the physical, even though the player has never missed an NFL game.
He never missed a game, and they ended up signing like Michael Crabtree or something.
So Kyler Murray today, will he sign with the Minnesota Vikings? Adam Schefter yesterday put this out there that the Vikings are considered the overwhelming favorite to sign him, and one source told Schefter, quote, "I'd be shocked if Kyler Murray is not a Viking." So Kyler Murray today, meeting with the Minnesota Vikings, we have kind of pointed to this making a lot of sense throughout the offseason here as the landing spot for Kyler. And yesterday here on the show, we kind of came to the conclusion that Minnesota's the only landing spot for Kyler Murray if he wants to start this upcoming season. So today could be the day that he signs with the Vikings.
I think he should. I don't think he should meet with any other teams. There's only, to me, one spot he should go. It makes the most sense. The only other spot I could see is if for some reason within the next day or so we get an announcement from Aaron Rodgers saying he's decided to retire and the Steelers become an option. That kind of fits the same bill as the Minnesota Vikings. Strong defense, good weapons, a coach that has developed quarterbacks before. You could go there and theoretically have a chance to go out and win your division and make the playoffs and make a run to a Super Bowl. Like you could do that if you're Kyler Murray. So those are really two teams, but everybody believes that Aaron Rodgers is going to at some point here. Ian Rappaport reported that it was supposed to take place by yesterday. That everyone believed, and that he was reporting a few days ago that yesterday, Wednesday, when the league year opened, Aaron Rodgers was supposed to make his decision. It's Thursday.
And we're still waiting.
We're still waiting
on Aaron Rodgers.
So you're right. Minnesota makes the most sense because of the defense, the weapons, Justin Jefferson, and Kevin O'Connell is the quarterback rehabber. You go to him when you need your image rehabbed. You go to him when you need to be reformed. You go to him when Sam did it for Sam Darnold. He did it for Daniel Jones. Any quarterback that needs I'm surprised that Tua didn't try to go there first before Kyler Murray went there. That he decided to go to Atlanta and didn't go to Minnesota first and say, hey, I'm going to beat Tua to the punch, or I'm going to beat Kyler to the punch, and Tua go to Minnesota instead.
Yeah, we'll see if Stefanski has the same magic to kind of help Tua Tagovailoa. And so as we look at all of this quarterback conversation here in this offseason, that's where I would like to also add in the report from Tom Pelissero yesterday. He reported that Kyler Murray is expected to speak with 3 to 5 teams on Zoom Wednesday and Thursday who could potentially have quarterback needs in 2027. The reason? To reintroduce himself and to get a jump start on next season. Kyler doesn't have a place to play yet this season, but Kyler Murray it's being reported by the NFL Network and Tom Pelissero that Kyler is speaking to teams on Zoom who could potentially be looking for a spot next year. Okay, so there's a lot to unpack with that thought, right?
Yeah.
First of all, it plays into what you're laying out there with Kevin O'Connell being a rehabber of quarterbacks. Because Kyler's reputation now is that he is someone that is not serious about winning. Whether or not that's true or not, that's what people think about Kyler Murray.
Yeah.
So if he does land in Minnesota and he is rehabbed, and we're using it in a loose football sense as a good football player. He's not actually going to rehab. That's not the case here.
His football image.
Maybe they'll take the video game controller away.
Yeah.
Maybe that might be a part of
He needs a new vice other than video games.
Yeah,
Maybe football.
How about football?
How about football?
How about football?
Yeah.
So when you look at Kyler, if he goes to the Vikings, could it be a one and done situation because they have J.J. McCarthy? And what does it mean for J.J. McCarthy long term? So, like, one of those guys will not be the quarterback long term for the Minnesota Vikings. I don't think J.J. McCarthy will be a career backup. I also don't think if Kyler Murray goes to Minnesota that he will be a backup quarterback for one season. If Kyler goes to the Vikings, he will be the starter. And so I could see a situation where Kyler's there for one season. He starts. He has some level of success. But they've invested so much already in J.J. McCarthy that McCarthy's the kid for the future, and it might just be Kyler's the guy right now. I could see that playing out.
Yeah.
And if that's the case, that means next offseason, Kyler has had the rehab of his image of a player as a quarterback, and then now he's back on the market. Okay, so who are the teams next offseason who would be looking for a quarterback that Kyler may be talking to this offseason? So I came up with a short list because it's the Pelissero report that Kyler is talking to between 3 and 5 teams on Zoom yesterday and today, preparing for next offseason. So here's the list. You tell me on my list, I came up with 5 teams. You tell me why this would not be the case for this team. Okay. So here are the 5 teams that I came up with. I'm trying to predict who the 5 teams Pelissero is suggesting that Kyler would talk to here in this offseason.
Okay.
First team, the Pittsburgh Steelers.
There's not a reason there because, well, the only reason would be
the Steelers would make sense, right?
The Steelers would make sense unless for some reason Mike McCarthy drafts Ty Simpson this year, absolutely falls in love with Ty Simpson, and believes that Ty Simpson is going to be the next guy that he's going to develop into the next Aaron Rodgers or the next Dak Prescott. Meaning, I'm not comparing him to those quarterbacks, but he's going to develop him into the next franchise quarterback. Or Kyler picks the Vikings, and then for some reason Aaron Rodgers decides to retire. They have to go with a bad quarterback, and they're so bad that they end up drafting one of these really good quarterbacks next year, and the Steelers just rebuild with either Dante Moore or Arch Manning. I don't see that happening. They're just not that bad. So
to go down the drafting Ty Simpson path that Abdallah mentioned, that would be either with the 21st pick in the first round, or they have the 53rd pick in the second round.
Probably 53, yeah.
53 could make a lot of sense to go quarterback there.
Yeah.
But we also know by the time we get to the end of April in the NFL draft in Pittsburgh, teams get desperate and quarterbacks start flying off the board, even though they're not supposed to be a first round or high second round pick. So, all right. So Pittsburgh's the first team that came to mind. Second team that came to mind when I'm trying to figure out teams that Kyler Murray could be talking to this offseason who would be looking for a quarterback next offseason. The second team that came to mind, the Los Angeles Rams.
The Rams are in the same situation, I think, as the Steelers. They could also...
It does kind of feel like they're going year to year with Matthew Stafford.
Yeah, but they could also do the same thing, and they're one of the teams that... I mean, I don't think they're going to do it now because they only have a very high pick in the first round, but they could do it in the second round and draft one of these quarterbacks high, Ty Simpson, and place him behind Matthew Stafford this year and have him learn under, McVay. And then next year, he's their starter. I don't know if he's going to be ready for that, but there's also no guarantee that Stafford's going to retire at the end of this year. What if Stafford says, I want to come back for a third year or another year, and then Ty Simpson can sit for 2 years, and then he's ready after his second year. You know what I mean? So, yeah, it makes sense. I'm just saying that this could be the way that he doesn't go.
Yeah, the Rams don't have a first-round pick this year. Their first pick in the draft would be the 29th pick of the second round, number 61. So I would find it hard to believe that the Rams are taking a quarterback at that point in the draft. Okay, so the Rams, because they're going year to year with Stafford. Next team on my list, the New York Jets, because the Jets have a collection of kind of guys, with Geno Smith there now, you're kind of going year to year with that as well.
That's the one, because also if Aaron Glenn is being told, be bad this year, and we're going to draft someone, that's why you signed Geno Smith. But also, hey, if Geno Smith works out, good, we're still going to draft someone. And if not, maybe we'll sign Kyler Murray. Maybe not. We'll still draft someone and sign Kyler Murray. So the Jets make perfect sense. That's the first team I thought of.
All right, 2 other teams I have here on the list for you. The Atlanta Falcons. They have Michael Penix Jr. He's been injured a bunch. And then they also signed Tua Tagovailoa to a 1-year deal. I feel like that's all flimsy. I don't think that there's really a solid long-term answer there for the Falcons.
No, because you're getting toward like 5th-year option time, extension time. If Penix can't stay healthy, if Tua's not the answer, if Kyler Murray rehabs his image, football-wise, then you go to the Falcons.
I feel like we have to make that.
I know, but that's what it is, right?
Clarification.
But also no, because the image around Kyler Murray is that he doesn't care and spends most of his time playing Call of Duty. That's what it is. No, it is. When you say Kyler Murray to someone, they think he spends all of his time playing Call of Duty. It was in his contract that he had to spend time on the iPad.
So, I know. I agree with you.
Maybe I don't need to clarify rehab his image, because that's his image. So I don't need to clarify it. Right. I don't need to say allegedly with Kyler Murray.
5th team I'm trying to come up with off of this report from Pelissero that Kyler Murray is talking to 3 to 5 teams to prepare for next offseason. Dark horse team. Here we go. Dark horse. I like this one. This is a good. I think you're going to enjoy this one. The Houston Texans.
Ooh, I like it.
CJ Stroud will be a free agent in 2027.
Yeah, and they have
a decision to make.
Yes, they do.
Could it be the Houston Texans as a team to send a little flyer out there and see, what are the plans here long term with CJ Stroud? Could Kyler be possibly talking to the Texans this offseason, preparing for next offseason?
I think if that came out, that would very much light a fire under CJ Stroud this season. But I think that he knows that he has to perform. Otherwise, he's going to be released. And, it's extension talk time. It's 5th-year option talk time with him. There's one team I'm surprised you didn't mention.
Who?
Well, they have 1,000 quarterbacks already.
Oh, Cleveland?
Yeah.
Yeah. Cleveland could be a part of it. Sure. There's no reason why you can't. No doubt.
You mention everyone with Cleveland. You just have to say them.
Cleveland.
Yeah. Because Cleveland, to me, next year is the year that it wouldn't cost them a lot to get out of the Deshaun Watson deal. Are you going to start Dylan Gabriel? Are you going to start Shedeur Sanders? If you decide to not start any of them, Kyler Murray's the guy that you bring in. And then you make Shedeur the backup. Dylan Gabriel, any of these guys you can release, because Shedeur was drafted so late. You're not costing you any money. You can just release him at that point. Dylan Gabriel, you could do the same thing too. You could completely start over with a completely different quarterback room next year in Cleveland.
And what will it mean for the Minnesota Vikings? Justin Jefferson is one of the best wide receivers in all of football. Could he be even better with a better quarterback? We will hear from Justin Jefferson coming up next.
This exact time last year, the Seahawks signed their eventual Super Bowl winning QB, Sam Darnold. Which free agent signing could make the same impact? We'll tell you about the NFL moves you need to know. Westwood One Sports.
I love a day on the water with friends, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis sometimes holds me back. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy.
Teaching music is my passion, but my active psoriatic arthritis can limit me at times. Now I'm treating my joint symptoms with Skyrizi.
With Skyrizi, most people with plaque psoriasis saw 90% clearer skin at 4 months.
Or if you are an adult with active psoriatic arthritis, Skyrizi helps you move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
There's nothing like clearer skin.
There's nothing like better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI to learn more.
The tournament is coming. 64 teams, buzzer beaters, bracket busters, upsets nobody saw coming.
This year, DraftKings is giving you a free shot at $1 million with a free-to-play survivor pool. Pick one team each day of the tournament. If they win, you move on. If they lose, you're out.
Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now and use code B&A. That's code B&A to enter the free survivor pool for your shot at $1 million. In partnership with DraftKings, the crown is yours.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY at 467-369. In Connecticut, help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Must be 21 plus, must be 18 plus in D.C., Kentucky, New Hampshire, and Wyoming. Eligibility restrictions apply. Void where prohibited. One free entry per customer. Must enter prior to tip-off. $1 million prize split if multiple winners. Terms dkng.co/mania survivor pool. No colleges or universities or the NCAA are affiliated with this promotion.
This episode is brought to you by CarMax. Want to buy a car the easy way? Start at CarMax. Want to browse with confidence? Get pre-qualified with no impact on your credit score and shop within your budget. From luxury to family rides, CarMax has options for almost every price range, including over 25,000 cars under $25,000. Want to get started? Head to CarMax.com for details and get pre-qualified today. Want to drive? CarMax.
Homeowners and business owners, listen up. Storm season is coming. Did you know that insurance providers perform property checks via drone or Google Earth to assess potential risks? If they identify a tree that could damage your home or business and it's not addressed, they could drop your coverage, whether you're a new homeowner or have lived there for years. Or worse, not cover the damage. Don't risk it. Warwick Tree Service can help. They have the most up-to-date, mechanized tree removal equipment in the industry. For a no-obligation estimate, visit warwicktree.com.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Carpal tunnel syndrome, heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines. These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvuttra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvuttra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTR-CM.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that that may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-785-9132. That's 800-785-9132. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-785-9132.
This is AM 850 WEEI Boston, the home of Rome, Boston College sports, and you better you bet. AM 850 WEEI.
This is Black and Abdallah on Westwood One Sports. Here's Chris Black and Adam Abdallah.
So during the week of the Super Bowl, Justin Jefferson was on Fox Sports 1, and we're talking about Kyler Murray. He's talking to the Vikings today. We'll see if he signs later on today. We'll bring you that news once we get it here on Westwood One Sports. It's Black and Abdallah hanging out with you. So Justin Jefferson, the week of the Super Bowl, was talking about his current situation. Will he be a better wide receiver with a better quarterback? This is Justin Jefferson when he was asked if he's still the best wide receiver in football.
I mean, how I'm not. I mean, just
you watch the games, right?
Just based off the quarter. I mean, you know, a lot of people base it off of the quarterback play and, you know, just different things that really go into, you know, my position. Obviously, I got to, you know, rely on and, you know, I got to depend on a lot of people in order for me to get that ball. So, you know, if I don't have, you know, an elite, elite position or elite quarterback that's throwing me the ball the entire year, then it's a little bit difficult to be in those conversations. Having a young quarterback that's still learning the game and still learning his potential in his league, you know, you kind of have those difficult seasons, which I had this past year. So I still think that I'm still number one. I still think that no one in this league can cover me man to man. That's without a doubt. So, you know, my confidence level will always be high, and I always will feel that I'm number one in my eyes.
That was Justin Jefferson the week of the Super Bowl on FS1. I would say this. He was, there was a lot of traffic in front of him, and he found a way through.
Yeah.
He found a way through. Like, there were a couple of landmines there where he almost completely threw J.J. McCarthy under the bus, but he found his way through with that answer.
To be fair, the quarterbacks throwing to him were J.J. McCarthy and Max Brosmer last year. He had 2 touchdowns and 1,048 yards.
Justin Jefferson ain't wrong.
No.
He's not wrong.
He is not wrong, and I feel like he gave the most diplomatic answer that he could.
But, like, he walked it up to the line where he wanted to be like, you guys have seen the quarterback play, right?
Like, I had 2 touchdowns last year. Come on, guys.
Justin Jefferson continued on FS1 talking about what if Sam Darnold stayed with the Vikings.
I mean, everyone knows the difficulty of the quarterback position this year, of how we was dealt it. But of course, you know, having a quarterback that's already had the season under his belt with us, knew the plays, knew the playbook, knew the players, you know, of course, throwing to me, Jordan Addison, TJ Hawkinson, all of these guys. I definitely felt like we would have done better. But, you know, it is what it is. You know, it's on to new and better things. But I'm definitely happy and proud for him that he was able to reach it this year.
Knew the players, knew the plays, knew the playbook. That is a direct shot at J.J. McCarthy.
The it is what it is always not the best for your quarterback. Right there. And look,
it is what it is.
He's not wrong. And their now former GM, Kwesi Adolfo-Mensah, lost his job because Sam Darnold went to a Super Bowl and Daniel Jones started the season as one of the best quarterbacks in the NFL, and the Colts were one of the best offenses in the NFL because he didn't even play a game for the Minnesota Vikings, but was there in the rehab facility with Kevin O'Connell and left and was instantly so much better when he went to the Indianapolis Colts, and they let him leave, and they still had J.J. McCarthy, who at one point during the season had more turnovers than he did touchdowns, which isn't good. Last I checked.
No, it's not. And I think Minnesota, they have a chance to be a good team. And we look at the NFC North, and we knew heading into last season, that it was going to be a very tough division. I think most people kind of thought that the 3 teams that could make the playoffs in the NFC North last season, it was Detroit, Green Bay, and Minnesota. Chicago surprised people. Now, as we move that forward, I think all 4 teams should be in the mix, assuming what we're hearing in the reports that Kyler Murray is talking to the Vikings today. It seems like the most logical destination for Kyler, the most logical thing for the Vikings to do in this offseason. And if that's the case, I could see this being the best division in football next season. And that's, that's looking at taking into consideration the NFC West as well, where you had the Super Bowl champion and you also had the Rams and the 49ers, who were great teams last season. The Cardinals are not on that caliber, and that's why I think you could see the NFC North being the best division in football next year.
Well, they were last year because you had 3 teams that had 9 wins, and the Bears had 11 wins. And like you said, the Cardinals, despite the Seahawks having 14, the Rams having 12, the 49ers having 12, the Cardinals only had 3 wins. So when you have 3 teams having 9 wins, it's the best division in football. And if you look at the odds now on DraftKings, the odds to win the NFC North, the Lions are at plus 175, the Packers are at plus 185, the Bears are plus 330, and the Vikings are at plus 600. So they're not like that far off. I think if you add Kyler Murray, I don't know how much that changes. I don't know if that's baked into the line already. Their win total is at 8.5. So they still are projected to win around 9 games, 8-9 games. So they're not expected to fall off that much. I think Kyler Murray obviously gives them a better chance. I think he's more talented than J.J. McCarthy. I think that Justin Jefferson would be a lot happier. He might not know the playbook right now, but I think he's got a lot more talent than J.J. McCarthy. And I think if he comes in with that offensive line, with those weapons, with that defense, it gives the Vikings a much better chance in the NFC North.
I think when we're comparing all of the different divisions, the way you have to do it, you don't look at the top team. You got to look at the bottom feeder of each division because you could tell me that a division like the AFC East could be a good division because you got 2 teams that won over 12 games. Yeah, 12 game winner in the Bills, and the Patriots got to the Super Bowl 14 wins, except there's 2 teams that stink in that division, Miami and the Jets. And so like the same goes for the AFC North. The Cleveland Browns are in the AFC North. They're not going to be good next season. They're not going to. Todd Monken is not surprising anyone. No. That's not going to work with whatever they're doing at quarterback. So I think when you look at what is the best division in football, I think that clearly could be the case based on the Vikings being the worst team right now. If they land Kyler Murray, I could definitely see Kyler and the Vikings having success. That was a good team 2 years ago, and their offense let them down last season. It's Black and Abdallah here on Westwood One Sports and the Westwood One Sports app, sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting small businesses with affordable coverage options. Quote today at progressivecommercial.com. I saw this story in the New York Post, Abdallah, and I want to bring this to your attention. You are someone who likes to look at conspiracy theories.
I am.
You look at conspiracy theories and you try and figure out all the different angles of things going on around the world.
I am.
The New York Post, here's the headline. Bigfoot sightings light up the northeast corner of Ohio. Residents report dogs are, quote, shaking in fear because of a beast that's out there somewhere in Ohio.
Well, that's scary.
The northeast corner of Ohio, since Friday, there have been multiple sightings. Numerous reports citing of a hairy beast, which people are saying is up to 10 feet tall, has been reported in that corner of the state of Ohio. Some people are even suspecting there's an entire family of Sasquatches in the region. Sir, do you believe in Bigfoot? Do you think it's out there? And if it is it possible Mr. Bigfoot and family?
Mr.
Bigfoot, they are roaming around northeast Ohio.
Well, if something is scaring the dogs, then I think that there's a real possibility that something's out there because it's not the sight of the dog or the hearing of the dog that I'm worried about.
Okay.
Dogs have
a sense
of smell.
Oh yeah, they know.
That is insane.
Dogs are brilliant.
Yeah, and so if they can smell the big feet miles away, that is what has them shaking in their little boots. And that's what I'm worried about. Because I trust the dogs. I'm a dog person, not a cat person. Mostly because I'm allergic.
Well, I'm glad that you clarified that.
Mostly because I'm allergic. That's like
dog person as well.
Yeah.
Blackie Abdallah Show, the dog show record here on Westwood One Sports.
Yeah. But when you start scared, like if some dude's just out there and I'm like, I saw a Bigfoot. Okay. But once the dogs are shaking, that's when I'm shook. If dogs are shaking, Abdallah's shook.
Yeah, the question on the table, right? Like, because this pops up every once in a while.
Yeah.
I would believe this in the great state of Washington, right? Like the Pacific Northwest.
Mm-hmm.
I would believe that there is possibly a Sasquatch roaming around.
A lot of trees.
Like Raj Sharon producing the show out of Denver every day. If there was a Bigfoot in his backyard, I would believe that.
Mountain area.
Because it's the mountains, it's the trees, there's places to hide. But every once in a while, and Raj, you're laughing, but I would believe it. If you told me.
If you saw my house, it's about as traditional suburbia as you could imagine.
Well, in my head, you're in the mountains.
Yeah.
You're in the Rockies. That's what I'm
can't
picturing.
see Pikes Peak from my backyard, though. I can see Pikes.
Okay, all right. So you could see perhaps a peak where a Bigfoot could live. So what I always think is interesting about these type of stories is they pop up every once in a while in like the plains. In the heartland of America.
Yeah, and it's like
in the great state of Ohio now.
What, are you lost?
Or like Iowa. And it's like there's not going to be a Bigfoot in the cornfields.
No,
that's not going to be the case. So here's the question on the table at 310-840-4910. You can also text the show at that same number. Do you believe in Bigfoot?
Or
do you believe that things like this exist?
Yeah, I do. Or have you seen one?
Well, I've never seen one. And I don't think that...
Why not?
What do you mean, why not? I don't go searching for Bigfoots.
No, I'm not saying you haven't go... Why don't you believe that they're out there?
Okay, I don't believe that they're out there because I feel at this point in time, we've all progressed enough in society that someone somewhere would have had documentation of one.
No, not necessarily.
Outside that one grainy video of the guy looking. The one where he looks back at the camera from like the 70s.
I just think they're good at hiding.
It's Blackie Abdallah. We will update you the latest in NFL free agency next here on Westwood One Sports.
This is Westwood One Sports.
What if your instincts could pay off? With Robinhood Prediction Markets, you could put your knowledge to work on the events that matter to you. Prediction Markets isn't just sports. It's the Fed rate decision, your favorite award show, and so much more beyond the playing field. Trade events with Robinhood. Visit Robinhood.com/predict. That's Robinhood.com/predict. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
While retinitis pigmentosa takes Mark's vision, his family gives him hope, whether at the family business or at home with his wife and sons. He knows he's not fighting alone. For 50 years, the Foundation Fighting Blindness has funded research into treatments and cures for blinding retinal diseases, providing hope to people with vision loss. And for Mark, winning the fight means being there for his family. The Foundation Fighting Blindness. Together, we're winning. Help us end blinding diseases at fightingblindness.com.
Homeowners and business owners, listen up. Storm season is coming. Did you know that insurance providers perform property checks via drone or Google Earth to assess potential risks? If they identify a tree that could damage your home or business and it's not addressed, they could drop your coverage, whether you're a new homeowner or have lived there for years. Or worse, not cover the damage. Don't risk it. Warwick Tree Service can help. They have the most up-to-date, mechanized tree removal equipment in the industry. For a no-obligation estimate, visit warwicktree.com.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Furnished by IntelliBrands. Whether because of discomfort, lack of mobility, your lifestyle, or occupation, you sit inactively way too many hours a day. Get an Ellipse, the premium quality automatic seated exerciser that strengthens legs, increases mobility, and boosts circulation without physical strain or impact. Improve your flexibility and balance, strengthen and tone your legs.
My joints feel better, my knees feel better, my back feels better, and it makes me feel stronger too.
My circulation is moving. I'm burning calories, and it makes me feel energetic.
It's so quiet that none of my coworkers even know I'm using it.
Call now and order Ellipse, the seated exerciser that strengthens legs, increases mobility, and boosts circulation. And for a limited time, get a free upgrade to our deluxe bundle with a faster motor, sport mat, and wireless remote. Call 800-555-1212. That's 800-555-1212. 800-555-1212 now. These statements and products have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or condition.
The IRS, the world's most aggressive collection agency. They can seize your property, bank account, and garnish your wages. They cause sleepless nights for millions of Americans. Don't be one of them. If you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS or state, get protected today. Call 800-242-3186. Coast One Tax Group, protecting your bank, home, and your sleep since 2008. With hundreds of 5-star reviews and an A+ on the Better Business Bureau. Call Coast One Tax Group, 800-242-3186. Stanley from New York owed $93,000. The IRS placed a levy on his bank account. Coast One released the levy and settled with the IRS for $2,000. Mark in Michigan owed $225,000. After Coast One stepped in, Mark walked away paying less than $1,500. Call Coast One now. A 10-minute call can save you up to 93% on your back taxes. Get your fresh start today. That's 800-242-3186.
Sponsored by Coast One Financial Group.
Shoot your shot on Prize Picks and get $50 bonus credit instantly in lineups when you play your first $5. That's right, Prize Picks is now giving you $50 bonus credit in lineups when you sign up and play your first $5. Prize Picks makes every dunk, every dime, and every board that much more exciting. So don't miss this chance to get started on America's #1 app for sports picks. Now on Prize Picks, you simply pick 2 to 6 players, pick more or less on their stat projections, and submit your lineup. Prize Picks also has early payouts. If your lineup gets off to a hot start, you now have the option to cash out those winnings before the game even finishes. And with player stacks, you can also pick the same player up to 3 times in the same lineup. Download the Prize Picks app today, use the code ROAM, and get a $50 bonus credit instantly in lineups when you play $5. That's code ROAM on Prize Picks to get a $50 bonus credit instantly in lineups when you play $5. Win or lose, you'll get $50 in lineups just for playing. It's guaranteed. Prize Picks. It's good to be right. You do have to be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for restrictions and details.
This is AM 850 WEEI Boston, the home of Rome, Boston College sports, and you better you bet. AM 850.
Sox spring training.
He's all the way. He's in. On the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network. Now, with all the play-by-play action, here's Joe Castiglione and Cooper Boardman.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to Hammond Stadium here at the Lee County Sports Complex, spring home of the Minnesota Twins. Red Sox and the Twins meeting for the 5th time this spring. The Red Sox have won 3 of the first 4. Boston comes in at 8-9. The Twins have won 6, lost 11, and had 1 tie. We have an overcast day here, partly sunny at times, and the wind is really expected to pick up to some 20 miles an hour this afternoon. Cooper Boardman has the lineups next on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Carpal tunnel syndrome, heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines. These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvuttra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvuttra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTR-CM.
You won't see the engineer that slams the Nissan Rogue's door 13,920 times, or the corrosive chamber that simulates 15 years of life in 5 months, or the Rogue heat-baked for over 300 combined hours. What you will see is a vehicle that can take punch after punch and keep rolling. Nissan, #1 in new vehicle quality among mainstream brands by J.D. Power. We put it through the worst, so you get its best. For JD Power 2025 U.S. Initial Quality Study Award information, visit jdpower.com/awards. Awards based on 2025 model year. Newer models may be shown.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
You're listening to Red Sox Spring Training Baseball on the Shaws.
As the Red Sox continue Grapefruit League action on a day at 80-plus degrees. Let's get you the starting lineups first for the visiting Boston Red Sox. And it is Caleb Durbin leading off and playing third base once again. We'll have him at third, Marcelo Meyer at second. That's the alignment that is taken foot. And that is the alignment that we expect on opening day, assuming Marcelo makes the team. Trevor Story bats second and plays short. Marcelo Meyer bats third and plays second. Isaiah Connor-Falef is in the four-hole. He is the first baseman. Batting fifth, the catcher Connor Wong. Andrew Monasterio hits sixth. He's the designated hitter. Christian Campbell bats seventh. The center fielder, Braden Ward, hits eighth. The right fielder, and Alan Castro rounds out the Red Sox lineup, playing left field with Connolly early on the mound, making his fourth start of the spring. Twins lineup under manager Derek Shelton in his first year goes like this. Royce Lewis leads off, the third baseman. Luke Keyshaw, outstanding second-year player, the left fielder, bats second. Josh Bell, the journeyman, bats third. He is the designated hitter. Batting cleanup, the catcher Ryan Jeffers, then Victor Caratini, the switch-hitting first baseman. Trevor Larnach bats sixth, the right fielder, batting seventh, the center fielder Austin Martin. Brooks Lee bats eighth, the shortstop. And Orlando Arcia bats ninth and plays second base with Bailey Ober on the mound, man who's made a ton of starts for the Twins over the last 4 years. Twins have taken the field. They're in their bright white home uniforms. No spring training digs for them. These are the real things. White tops and white bottoms with Twins across the front with a big bright red tail. And the red numbers and navy lettering. Red Sox in the bright red road jerseys today and the gray pants. It's a road game, but obviously it's not really a road game, just right around a few miles down Daniels Parkway from JetBlue Park. We're here at Hammond, the home of the Minnesota Twins, and so you can look right around this ballpark from right to left and see plenty of Red Sox jerseys. I got a Yaz jersey on the concourse right beneath us. And they are hoping the Red Sox will get their 9th win of the spring. Sox come in at 8-9, the Twins at 6-11. Caleb Durbin, Trevor Story, and Marcelo Meyer at the top of the Red Sox lineup against the right-hander Bailey Ober. And for the play-by-play, the one and the only, Joe Castiglione.
Thank you very much, Cooper Boardman. Great to have you with us. Durbin takes a call strike on a fastball from the 6'10" righty. Bailey Ober goes hard. Red Sox are 8-9 in the spring, 3-1 against the Twins. Right-hander delivers, and there's a ground ball bounce to the charging shortstop, gloved, and throw to first in time. Brooks Lee over to the first baseman for the out. That was Victor Caratini, who's normally a catcher at first base, so 6-3 out. One down for Trevor Story, who's having a good spring. Trevor staying healthy, that's the big thing, as he did most of last year. Hopes to play at 155 games or so. One out and nobody on. Here's the pitch from Ober, and it's taken high. Ober will open in their rotation. Joe Ryan will get the opening day start. But, of course, they suffered a big blow the first day of spring training when Pablo Lopez went down. He's had Tommy John surgery. The pitch. Swinging a line drive down the left field line. This should be extra bases. It's at the edge of the track. One hops the wall. Story on his way to second, and the relay throw is too late. A booming double for Trevor Story, who's had some extra base power.
No question. I mean, this is what he's done at his best. 25 home runs last year. He's talked about it. He's been so honest about it that he feels like there's more in there. And that's a scary thing because he was, really, in terms of consistency, the Red Sox best hitter among guys that played pretty much all season. That swing, that pull side swing, you feel like will pepper the monster even more this year than it did last year.
That would have been off the top of the monster. It wasn't all that high, but it was hit solidly. Here is Meyer playing at second. left-hand batter, and the pitch is swung on and missed. Off-speed pitch away. No score in the first inning. Red Sox wearing the red jerseys with a gray trowel. Twins in white with blue and red trim. Here's the 0-1 pitch of the left-hand batter playing at second base. And he takes a fastball wide. Twins have Jeffers catching. Caratini was expected to be their backup catcher at first base. Arcia at second, Lee at short, Lewis at third, Keishel in left, Martin in center, and Larnick in right. Brian Buxton not in the lineup today. The pitch is over the outer half, a call strike.
We are seeing a lot of the guys that are expected to beat Minnesota Twins on opening day. They need a big bounce back here from Royce Lewis, who even went healthy last year for the first time, struggled offensively.
Pitch home, and Meyer swings and misses. Then he throws a changeup away. And with that long stride, Ober's right on top of the hitter when he releases the ball.
Extension numbers. The Red Sox fans have obviously gotten well acquainted with the word extension over the last year. This is one of the tops in the big leagues. 7'3" out of the right hand in terms of where he releases the baseball.
Wow. Here's Isaiah Conifalefre. He grounds a pitch to the charging shortstop. Lee scoops on the third hop, fires the first in time. The Red Sox waste the double. So after Story doubled, Meyer struck out, and Conifalefre bounces out after half an inning. It's Boston nothing. Minnesota coming up on the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Network.
Most people would rather assemble a 300-piece cabinet than search for insurance. That's why the Zebra searches for you, comparing over 100 insurance companies to find savings no one else can. Compare today at thezebra.com.
You do it all. So why not get all the electrolytes? Hydrate better than water with new Gatorade Lower Sugar. Now with no artificial flavors, sweeteners, or colors, and 75% less sugar than regular Gatorade. New to the fridge, all the Gatorade electrolytes you love. Gatorade Lower Sugar. Is it in you? Now available nationwide.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
If you need a new appliance, this is your sign. Shop at Lowe's now to get up to 35% off and next-day delivery on hundreds of major appliances. A new appliance now means an easier to-do list later. Our best lineup is at Lowe's. Valid through 3/18 while supplies last. Selection varies by location. Order by 4 p.m. Available Monday through Saturday. Subject to availability. Fees, exclusions, and restrictions apply. See Lowes.com/appliance delivery for more details.
You're listening to the Sox on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network. Now back to the play-by-play action.
Here we go with Connolly early set to face Rice Lewis, who's had a good spring, and he gets the first pitch high to left field, but playable. Alan Castro backing up as the wind pushes in, and he has to make a backhand over the head catch. That one really took off. That wind is strong, blowing out. Looked like a routine fly ball when it left the bat, but it's still an out.
That right there is a Grapefruit League F7. Way up in the air. Shouldn't have been anything, and then it was something. Good job sticking with it.
Early is now pitched 8 2/3 innings this spring, allowing only 2 runs. He's been very good. Here's Luke Keishel, the left fielder, and the pitch is inside, almost hit him on the elbow, and it's ball 1. No score last of the first. Red Sox and the Twins at Hammond County Stadium. Hammond Stadium at Lee County Sports Complex, that is, where the Twins have trained since 1991. Here's the pitch, and it is in there for a call strike. Great to see our good friend Johnny Poe, retired Fort Myers policeman who came to many of our events when Papa Jack was the Red Sox hitting coach here, Ron Jackson. And a ground ball pull foul. third base side. We're very honored to have a gentleman we've been with here for the awards he's received here at Fort Myers, the president of the Negro League Baseball Museum in Kansas City, Missouri, Bob Kendrick. Bob, great to have you with us.
Thanks so much for having me on the show.
Well, we certainly enjoyed your talk today at the Calabrium downtown in Fort Myers. The pitch is low and inside. We had a very representative group. The Calabrium does philanthropical work. They help charities find dollars, and they move along. They do so much good work here, and they honored Bob last night with one of the Edison Awards. And today he and I did a discussion for a group of people that's inside.
I will say, because I know you're both going to undersell it, it was unbelievable as one of the members of the audience. Just sitting, and we'll get into some of the tales you told and everything.
There's a drive hammer to deep left center. This is Crush Castro back. It's over his head. It bangs off the wall. Here's the throw to second base, and a little short. It's a booming double for Luke Keyshaw, who's primarily a second baseman, but is playing in left field today.
Whole lot to like about Luke Keyshaw in his limited time in the big leagues last year. Suffered a pretty significant injury that ended his season early, but man, there's like I said, a whole lot to believe in. Anyway, I will just say it as a member of the audience, it was a joy. You guys both had, I don't know, 50 pairs of eyes staring at you for a good hour and a half. It was a beautiful thing.
Yeah, no, it was a lot of fun. I mean, and then to sit down and have this dude, sit there and talk with him is always special.
There's a bullet line to third. The catch by Durbin fires to second safe. Another shot off the bat. This one off the Josh Bell right-hand swing, and Durbin made a nice play reaching up, almost got a double play.
Yeah, I remember when they moved him to third base in Milwaukee last year. He struggled early in the year, and after a really difficult first month of the season, he turned into one of the best defensive third basemen in the league for the last 4 months, and he has hit the ground running this year.
Twins have come out swinging the bat. Here's Jeffers, the catcher in the pitch. He is over the inner half, a call strike. 0-1 to the right-hand batting Twins catcher. 3 hard-hit balls here, but so far, no runs have scored in the first inning. Early delivers and a line drive between third and short and the left field, the base hit. Here comes the runner rounding third. Castro's throw is knocked down by the third baseman in the cutoff spot, and the Twins lead it 1-0. They're swinging early and aggressively, and Minnesota's scoring first on an RBI single by Ryan Jeffers.
One of the things Connolly does so well is to throw strikes, so I guess the thought is on the other side, if he's going to throw strikes, there's no reason to be down 0-1.
They're putting it in play with authority. The Miami of Ohio basketball team was undefeated. They lost to UMass.
No. Yep. Wow. Go Minutemen.
In the quarterfinals of the Atlantic 10, or the Mid-American Conference Championship.
Wow.
Here comes Caratini, the first baseman, and he swings and misses. Strike one.
Congratulations to Frank Martin and the Massachusetts Minutemen.
It was 86-83. Close game, but Minutemen come out on top in the tournament. Caratini, a switch hitter, hits one foul down the right field line and out of play. So 1-0 Minnesota here in the last of the first.
You know what happens now, and it's just begun the debate of whether Miami gets in the tournament. I didn't know we were going to be litigating this at 1 o'clock on March 12th, but there's been a lot of discussion about that if they lost. How could they not be in?
Toss the first, runner back standing. There's some thought that Miami man are big it now, really? They hate to be called Miami of Ohio, by the way, because they were first before the one down here in Florida. Early delivers from the set, and a ground ball bounce right side, ranging over is Meyer. He has it to his left and throws high, but pulled down at first base to retire the side by Kinder Falefa. 1-0 Twins on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Network.
Does your day move faster than you can keep up? With new Gatorade Lower Sugar, my family and I can stay at the top of our game. No artificial flavors, sweeteners, or colors, 75% less sugar, and all the electrolytes of regular Gatorade. Now available nationwide.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Carpal tunnel syndrome, heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines. These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvuttra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvuttra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTR-CM.
You're listening to the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Here we go to the second inning, 1-0 Minnesota. We visit with Bob Kendrick, the president of the Negro League Baseball Hall of Fame in Kansas City, who is in Fort Myers to receive awards from the Edison Foundation. Connor Wong leading off in the second inning, takes it high, ball one. Bob, you were so close with a late Buck O'Neill,
yes.
Star of baseball, Ken Burns' special,
yeah.
and of course the guy that kept the Negro League Museum going.
He did. He became the voice of the Negro Leagues, and I do think it was his compelling narration as part of Ken Burns' documentary that captivated baseball fans. And America fell in love with Buck. He was 82 years old at that time.
Line fouled on the right field line. I had the pleasure of knowing him. What a wonderful, gracious gentleman who always had a smile, and even in his 90s never had a wrinkle on his face.
Didn't have a single wrinkle on his face. You know, the genetics were incredible, but I also think his outlook, positive outlook on life, living, loving people, also aided in that process too.
Swinging strike, and the count goes to 2-2 to Connor Wong. Well, there's a great baseball award named for him. I think one of the most prestigious that the Hall of Fame gives out. Blow and away. It's only awarded every 3 years. The first winner, the Buck O'Neill Award, was Buck O'Neill.
Yes.
The third winner I know was Rachel Robinson,
yes.
who's now 103. And we just heard this week that my dear friend Bill White will receive it this year in Cooperstown. There's a pitch outside ball 4.
Very well deserved.
I had a chance to
really
talk
excited.
to Bill. I talked to him this week, and he's excited. He's 92, so but he hopes to be there.
Yeah. Well, I hope he can make it, because there's a lot about Bill White that embodies the spirit of Buck O'Neill, which makes him being a recipient of the Buck O'Neill Award even more appropriate. But what he's done in the game is more than commendable. He has been an extremely impactful and influential figure in the game of baseball. And I just get the funny feeling that somewhere in that great somewhere, old Buck is smiling down with great approval of his friend Bill White's recognition to receive his Lifetime Achievement Award.
Monasterio, the 1-0, waves at a breaking ball away. Bill with 7 Gold Gloves. He had 4 300 seasons, 8-time All-Star for the Cardinals and the Phillies. First, the Giants hit a home run, his first major league at bat with the New York Giants. And then became a Yankee broadcaster, a network broadcaster, and then president of the National League. That's low and away. And my favorite story about Bill, he was from Warren, Ohio, and played at Warren Harding High of Power, football and baseball. And Hiram College recruited him, and they told him, look, if you come here to Hiram, to play football, we'll start a baseball team. Line drive between third and short into left field. The base hit for Monasterio. And Wong stops at second base. But then a year later, he signs with the Giants. Because he always wanted to be a doctor, but it was too much to pass up. And of course, he had a great career in baseball.
I want to know, so where do they find the 8 other guys for the baseball team?
Yeah, probably from the football team. In those days, the coaches let you play both sports. Today, that doesn't happen. So 2 on, nobody out for Kristen Campbell, who's playing in center field today. That's the Red Sox second hit off Ober. And the tall righty delivers, and a ground ball bounce foul, third base side. Yeah, I talked to Bill, and it's so great that he receives this award. Of course, he'll be going in with Andrew Jones, who was managing the Netherlands team until they were ousted from the World Baseball Classic. Jaron Duran out now. He should be back in the next day or so after Team Mexico was eliminated. Still nobody out here. And the right-hand batter takes a strike over the inner half. Tell us about your new building campaign. The museum is wonderful as it is, but you're expanding.
Yeah, no, we, as you know, Joe, we started this museum in a one-room office in 1990, and then we moved into our current home in November of 1997. So we went from a one-room office to about 10,000 square feet of exhibit space, so not an overwhelmingly large footprint, but certainly within the confines of those 10,000 square feet is a lot of information, and it's beautifully curated. But now we're on the cusp of building a new 35,000+ square foot Negro Leagues Baseball Museum. So essentially 3 times the size of our current home, which I am super excited about. Or as I like to say, I am as excited as you could possibly be about having to raise $45 million. But
you can do it. He's got the gift. He's got the gift. 2-2 the count to Kristen Campbell with 2 on and nobody out here in the second inning. Over to the set. Long pause. And he's still looking at the runner. Now he finally delivers, barely beating the pitch clock, and it's outside. Well, where do you start?
Yeah, no, I mean, it's exciting because it's obviously a problem, but it's a good problem. The fact that Negro Leagues history, the interest and the awareness level in and around it continues to grow. I think to a level of popularity that we've never seen before, and it's given us great cause to believe that now is the right time to expand, because there are still a lot of stories that we need to tell, and we need the space to do that.
6-4-3 double play right at the shortstop. So Lee to Arcia, on to Caratini, 2 down with a runner at third.
There's so many people today in the talk that you guys gave earlier that were saying things like, oh, I didn't know that. Oh, I had never heard that. I'm sure this is your life. I'm sure you hear that all the time. What are some of those things that people don't know about the history of the Negro Leagues that they should?
Braden Ward bluffs a bunt. It gets in the dirt, bounces off the screen, and, it hit him. It hit him. So if he does, the runner will have to go back to third, and that is the case. Hit with a pitch on the foot. Braden Ward.
Well, there are so many of these hidden jewels that I hear as a common thread. I didn't know that. And of course you didn't know, because we don't know what we don't know. And it's not in the pages of American history books. So when people come in and they learn that the batting helmet started in the Negro Leagues, the great Willie Wells was essentially the guy who created the batting helmet, and it was done, again, innovatively out of necessity. He took an old construction hat and Jimmy rigged it around after getting beamed and hit in the head by a notorious spitball pitcher named Bill Bird. And the medical personnel knocked him unconscious, told him he wouldn't be able to play the next game. They didn't know Willie Wells. Willie Wells comes back to the ballpark the next day. He's got a construction hat wrapped around and taped around his head. And that becomes the advent for the batting helmet. And the shin guard started in the Negro Leagues. And, of course, the most prolific of them all, night baseball. Night baseball started in the Negro Leagues 5 years before they ever played a night game in the major leagues.
Alan Castro, the left fielder, with a 1-0 count. Runners at first and third and 2 down. Ober's taking a long time in his set. Runner goes. He can fly. It's taken low, and that's 17 of 18 steals for Braden Ward. He can move. Is that a record? At least the modern record.
Yeah, the spring training records officially go back to 2006. And so that is the most stolen bases in a single spring training since at least 2006.
Yeah, Cool Papa Bell would like that.
Oh, yeah. Great to see A.J. Przinsky in the booth. All right, that one's taken inside. So Brennan's at second and third with 2 down for Castro, switch hitter up from minor league camp. Well, it's fun to see speed like that. No throw is made. Runners lead at second and third. The pitch is swung on and missed. He blew a high fastball by him.
He had some teammates joking that he should have done what Ricky Henderson did, which pick the base up, hold it above his head.
And say, I am the greatest.
Oh, man, I miss my friend Ricky Henderson. What a tremendous ball player he was. I think, without question, the greatest leadoff hitter this game has ever seen. The greatest combination of power and average from that leadoff spot this game has ever seen. And he fit right in to the way they played the game in the Negro Leagues. And when I had the great honor of bringing him out to Kansas City to induct him into the Hall of Game, Joe, as you know, which is our annual event where we honor former Major League greats who we believe played the game the way they played it in the Negro Leagues. So you played it with passion, you played it with skill, but you also played it with a little flair. And Ricky embodied that, man.
All the way. 2-2 the count to Castro with runners at second and third. Ober, a very slow worker with men on base, delivers home, and he swings it. It's a pop-up. Third base side near the Twins dugout, and it's into the dugout. No play for the catcher. Well, you mentioned night baseball. That was your Kansas City Monarchs that started night baseball. J.L.
Wilkinson, who owned the Monarchs, literally mortgaged everything he had to pioneer night baseball, portable generated light towers. And he got a $50,000 loan in 1929 during the midst of the Great Depression. Walked into a banker's office and said, I'm going to take night baseball all over the country. He had a model truck. His grandson still has his truck. I am trying to get this truck to the museum. I'm trying to talk him into bringing that truck to the museum and a sketch of these portable light tower systems, and I'm going to take night baseball all over the country. And some banker said, that's a good idea. Here's $50,000. Well, night baseball was so popular that Wilkie made his investment back.
3-2 is popped up. This one also would be out of play.
He made his investment back in year one.
Wow.
Yeah, and it helped him get through the Great Depression when so many other businesses in general were feeling, the weight of the Great Depression. The Monarchs were able to keep baseball going, and because it gave fans an opportunity to watch the game.
There's a drive hit to right center field. Center fielder got a late break, but on to make the catch there is Martin to retire the side. Red Sox Brett do not score after 1.5. 1-0 Twins on the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Network.
You do it all. So why not get all the electrolytes? Hydrate better than water with new Gatorade Lower Sugar. Now with no artificial flavors, sweeteners, or colors, and 75% less sugar than regular Gatorade. New to the fridge, all the Gatorade electrolytes you love. Gatorade Lower Sugar. Is it in you? Now available nationwide.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Meet Morgan Jones. Morgan is about to step into a world unknown to most, thanks to Progressive's Renters Insurance, a place of fresh linens and turn-down service. You see, Morgan temporarily vacated her apartment and has gone to a hotel because a pipe burst in her apartment. A pipe that made her sense of reality and apartment ceiling all come crashing down. Luckily, Morgan checked into Progressive's Protection Zone. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers.
Life can feel overwhelming, but on my podcast, From the Heart with Rachel Brathen, we're in it together. Every Friday brings you a new story. Listen to From the Heart with Rachel Brathen wherever you get your podcasts.
You're listening to Red Sox Spring Training Baseball
on the Shaw's and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Home half of the second inning, 1-0 Twins. Trevor Larnach, the right fielder, power hitter, leading off. Left-on-left matchup here. Early's pitch is a fastball pumped in for a strike, 0-1. Early, of course, began his college career at West Point. And the Red Sox also have a Naval Academy grad in camp. And the right-hander Song, the pitch is low. He hasn't allowed a run this spring. Early's been very good, too.
He's been outstanding. And we'll see Noah a little later on today. I mean, Connolly, I'll tell you what, that first inning, exit velocity is about 95 3 times, on fair balls. It's the first time he's gotten hit around basically all spring.
Foul to the backstop. Yeah, only 2 runs entering this game and 8 in the third. Didn't get a run in the first. A ball and 2 strikes. We visit with our good friend Bob Kendrick from Kansas City, from the Negro League Baseball Museum and the Buck O'Neill Learning Center. The pitch home, left-on-left matchup, and it's up and away. 2-2.
We were just talking, Bob, off the air about barnstorming black players across the country, taking the game from Kansas City out west, and what that was like. Could you share with people what you just told me?
Yeah, no.
Here's the pitch first, and it's lined softly. Grabbed to the backhand stab by Trevor Story, going to his right. Line drive to short. Wasn't a bullet, but he had to go a long way, 1 down.
Yeah, no, they helped grow the game because they were taking that game, particularly in the western region of this country, to places that really major leaguers had not gone. And my friend Buck O'Neill would say when they went west, places like Montana, Wyoming, the Dakotas, they didn't experience the same level of racism they did in the Midwest, South, and of course even along that northern seaboard. But he did say every now and then a kid would come over to them and rub because they wanted to see if that would come off. They really hadn't seen a black person, but their reputations preceded them, and so the fans flocked to those games because they had heard about these guys and their ability to play the game. And a lot of times the entire towns were shut down to watch them do their thing. And so they really did help grow the game because, as you know, back then, Major League Baseball was east of the Mississippi River. St. Louis was as far west as Major League Baseball went. Kansas City was as far west as the Negro Leagues went. So the only way that you got to see professional baseball was through barnstorming, unless you went to one of those cities, and they literally took the game to the people.
2-2 the count to Martin as he just took a pitch in the dirt. Well, they certainly cultivated a lot of fans that way. They were also the first to bring a tour to Japan 7 years before Babe Ruth went.
7 years before Ruth and his All-Americans go to Japan, the Philadelphia Royal Giants, a barnstorming team of Negro Leaguers, would go there and play a 24-game exhibition series. They had 2 future Hall of Famers on that team. The great Raleigh Biz Mackey.
Oh, yeah. Gets a ground ball hit the short, one-handed by Story to his right, fires the first in time.
And folks may not have heard that name, but Biz Mackey would teach a young Roy Campanella how to catch. Campy comes to a team in the Negro Leagues called the Baltimore Elite Giants. Now, folks, it's spelled elite, but it's pronounced elite. Yeah, you make those Negro Leaguers mad if you call them the Elite Giants. They were the Elite Giants, and Roy Campanella was 15 years old when he joined the Elites, and Raleigh Biz Mackey took him under his wing and taught him the art of catching. And, of course, Campy would become a 3-time MVP with the Brooklyn Dodgers before a tragic car accident left him paralyzed and cut short what was still a Hall of Fame career. And then the great Andy Cooper was also on that Philadelphia Royal Giant team. And Andy Cooper is in the National Baseball Hall of Fame. Big, tall, left-handed pitcher, also credited with discovering Buck O'Neill and bringing him to the Monarchs. He brought Buck over from the Memphis Red Sox to the Kansas City Monarchs in 1938. Buck had an affiliation with Kansas City from 1938 until he passed away in 2006.
at the age of 94. Outside for a ball, so the count goes to 2 balls and a strike to Brooks Lee, the shortstop. Twins up 1-0 in the second inning. Sun breaking through here on a humid day. There's a fly ball to left center field. Over goes Campbell. Goes back now, and does he hang on? He does. Well, that took off in the wind, and he had the leap to prevent that one from being extra bases, but he hung on to retire the side after 2. 1-0 Twins on the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Network.
Does your day move faster than you can keep up? With new Gatorade Lower Sugar, my family and I can stay at the top of our game. No artificial flavors, sweeteners, or colors, 75% less sugar, and all the electrolytes of regular Gatorade. Now available nationwide.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Meet Morgan Jones. Morgan is about to step into a world unknown to most, thanks to Progressive's Renters Insurance, a place of fresh linens and turn-down service. You see, Morgan temporarily vacated her apartment and has gone to a hotel because a pipe burst in her apartment. A pipe that made her sense of reality and apartment ceiling all come crashing down. Luckily, Morgan checked into Progressive's Protection Zone. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers.
Looking for something smart, soulful, and full of heart? I'm Jen Hatmaker, host of For the Love, the podcast where we talk about what really matters. Love and family, faith and purpose. Every week, I'm joined by incredible guests for honest conversations that invite all of us to live with more intention, more laughter, and more connection. Join us on For the Love wherever you get your podcasts.
It's Marcelo Meyer. This is the home of the Sox, WEEI.
Twins 1, Red Sox 0. We move to the third inning, and for the play-by-play, here is Cooper Boardman.
All right, Joe, thank you very much. Bailey Over, the Twins right-hander, on for his third inning of work, facing the right-hand hitting Caleb Durbin. And Durbin takes outside for ball 1. Bob Kendrick with us in the booth. Red Sox in a 1-0 deficit against Minnesota. Second pitch coming to Durbin, who grounded a short back in the first, and he swings and he grounds it to third, past the dive of the third baseman and shortstop, and into left field. That had to avoid 2 gloves. Lewis and Lee both went tumbling, one to the left and one to the right, and Durbin squeaks out a single to lead off the third inning. 6th hit of the spring. But we're talking Negro Leagues all morning and have been for these last couple of innings. You mentioned Ricky Henderson and the style and flair and all of this. How would you describe to people that have not studied it in the way that you have, as Trevor Story digs in and takes outside for ball 1, what the style of the Negro League game looked like?
It was different than Major League Baseball. And, Major League Baseball back then, fellas, was more of a base-to-base kind of game. So a guy might draw the walk or got on first base, however, and then they would move him to second, and then the big hitters would come up and drive him in. Nothing wrong with that. But in the Negro Leagues, they were going to drop that bunt. They were going to steal second. They were going to steal third. And, man, if you weren't too smart, they were stealing home. It was a very bold, aggressive, daring style of play that really heightened fan interest in the game. The fans were flocking to those games because they were seeing a different style of baseball. The pace of the game was just faster. And as my friend Buck O'Neill would say, you couldn't go to the concession stand because you might miss something that you ain't never seen before.
Trevor Story hits a ground ball through the right side. That's a base hit, crept through. Durbin goes first to third, back-to-back hits for the Red Sox. Begin the third inning.
Placed very well. Slow ball. Got through.
Can't go to the concession stand.
No, you couldn't go to the concession stand. And don't get me wrong. Sometimes the major leaguers would accuse them of showboating. They play great, fundamentally sound baseball, but when you combine great fundamentals with great athleticism, you get something special. And as Buck would say, number one, if you got something to show, show it. And that is only showboating when you can't do it.
Marcelo Myers, the batter. He takes a strike. Well, what you're describing, as you say it out loud to me, and I say this is like a younger person in the game, what you're describing sounds a lot like some of the conversations we've been having lately about baseball in the last 5, 6, 7 years.
Yeah, and I think baseball is finally understanding that this game is still entertainment. And you want to speed up the pace of this game. Now, they've done some things within the rule changes in the game to try and speed it up. But, you know, the young man that you just talked about who stole 17 out of 18, that is what gets your attention. That's what excites you. You know, our game has started to become a strikeout home run game. And that's not very interesting, to be honest.
Right.
Particularly when guys are striking out at the level in which we see guys strike out now, where a strikeout is almost like a badge of honor. You know, we were just talking about Amos Otis when we were off air. Those guys, if they struck out, man, they were embarrassed by striking out. And it's not that way. And I know the analytics have changed the game, and I'm probably a little too old school. I like to see the ball in play. And when you put the ball in play, something's going to happen. Yeah, something's going to happen. And see, Rube Foster, who started the Negro Leagues, he realized this in the late 1800s, 1900s, when he started the Negro Leagues in 1920. So he'd have 5 or 6 ball players who could steal you 20, 30 bases in his lineup. They could all hit the ball out the ballpark, but they could run and create and put so much pressure on the defense to have to make a play. When you strike out, nobody has to do anything. Nothing happens. You know, and I think that's the thing. And so, you know, I understand the analytics. I understand the guys' arms are so good, and it's difficult to keep the line moving, as they say. But that fan interest in the game rises when you do start to see more speed on the base paths and a little bit more aggressive play. I think it just holds everybody's interest.
Probably a bad time to tell the people Marcelo Myers struck out, and now the count's 0-2 on Isaiah Kiner-Falefa. Runners
you
on
say
the
what you
corners,
mean.
1 out. We're in the 3rd inning. Oh, it's 1-2. Don't swing and miss. He takes outside 2-2. Give you a break. Corned beef's on sale at Shaw's and Star Market. Pick up Signature Select corned beef point cut, just $1.99 a pound. When you use the digital coupon, limit 2 while supplies last. Sale ends on St. Patrick's Day. Counts 2-2, and the pitch to Kiner-Falefa. He swings it, lines it off the glove of the shortstop, in the air and down for a hit. Durbin scores. Kiner-Falefa just muscled it through Brooks Lee for an RBI single. And the Red Sox tie the game on a bounce.
That was scalded, but really should have been caught.
Put the ball in play.
Put it in play. Something happens. Yeah, no, that's the thing.
Well, I think, too, the thing that comes to mind, you know, recently is, especially as you know, Latin American players, not that they haven't always been in the game, but more and more are in the game. And we're watching the World Baseball Classic right now. Scotter Wong takes high for ball 1. When a home run is hit, the dugout explodes. There's a moment to sit and watch it and bat flip and these kinds of things. And there's a time and a place, but there is something beautiful about playing with that kind of passion.
And it's why I love the WBC. I love every 3 years when the WBC is played because it is good for us in the United States to see how much other countries love this game. Sometimes I think we love it more than anybody else. And then when you see the WBC and you see the excitement of the fans, I mean, it's a party in the stands. They're dancing, they're singing, and the players and those Spanish-speaking athletes still play the game the way that the Negro Leagues taught their ancestors years ago. So they're going to play it with joy and a flair. And sometimes that rubs people wrong, but it shouldn't. It absolutely should not. And the WBC is my favorite of all the baseball events because of, and it gives me an opportunity to talk about the fact that most of those countries that you see in the WBC, they were touched by the Negro Leagues in some way, shape, form, or fashion. Even as we talked about earlier, Japan, Cuba, Venezuela, Dominican Republic, Puerto Rico, Mexico, Colombia. You know, the Negro Leagues were there in those countries playing the game years ago.
Connor Wong tapped it back to Ober. He completes the play 1-3 on a ground out. And they're 2 down in the third inning. Sox have runners on second and third with 2 outs in a tie game against the Twins for Andrew Monasterio. And I think there's a chance that'll be the last pitch that Bailey Ober throws. Derek Shelton's out of the third base side dugout. Ober, after his 53rd pitch, is getting some handshakes. And I believe his day is done. That will do it. We're visiting with Bob Kendrick, president of the Negro Leagues Baseball Museum, today with us in the booth. We'll keep it right here. You just said it, right? The Negro Leagues introduced baseball to Japan and parts of Latin America.
Yeah, they were the first Americans to play in many Spanish-speaking countries. And here's the thing, Cooper. When those Negro League players went to those countries, they were treated like heroes. So they're going to stay in the finest hotels. They're going to eat in the finest restaurants that those countries had to offer. And then when you came back home, you were essentially treated like a second-class citizen. So as a result, a lot of Negro League players would actually call those Spanish-speaking countries home for one simple reason. In those countries, they weren't black baseball players. They were just baseball players. That's all they ever wanted to be. And, of course, in this country, the Afro-Latino athlete couldn't play in the major leagues either, so they found sanctuary playing in the Negro Leagues. So as I remind my guests, when Jackie Robinson breaks the color barrier, he doesn't do it for just American-born blacks. He does it for every player of color who now enjoys our great sport.
It's an amazing thing.
Alex Cora makes that point every year when we ask him about Jackie Robinson Day, what it means to him.
Got one thing for you. Score big on authentic gear at MLBshop.com. From official jerseys and memorabilia to hats and hoodies, we got the season covered. Visit MLBshop.com/Red Sox, the official source for your Red Sox gear. Bob Kendrick with us in the booth, enjoying a Thursday in Fort Myers. Pretty good trip for you to Fort Myers.
Yeah, no, I've enjoyed my first visit to Fort Myers. Joe's been trying to get me down here for the longest, and so we finally made it happen, and I got to come back.
You should see Bob and Will Fleming on the golf course. He's talking about high, deep drives. Pretty accurate, too.
Sox have men on second and third. Andrew Monasterio bats, and he takes a strike.
Becerra's the new pitcher up from minor league camp.
In relief of Bailey Ober, whose day ends after 53 pitches. Outfield deep, infield shifted left-hand side. First baseman's way off the line for Monasterio. Counts 0-1. Pitch is swung on, driven in the air, deep right center field, but it'll hang up for Trevor Larnach, who backpedals, makes the catch, falling backwards to end the inning. Sox tie it on an Isaiah Connor-Falefa single. We're on our way to the bottom of the third inning, tied at 1 on the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Meet Morgan Jones. Morgan is about to step into a world unknown to most, thanks to Progressive's Renters Insurance, a place of fresh linens and turn-down service. You see, Morgan temporarily vacated her apartment and has gone to a hotel because a pipe burst in her apartment. A pipe that made her sense of reality and apartment ceiling all come crashing down. Luckily, Morgan checked into Progressive's Protection Zone. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers.
All right, class, tell me about your weekend. Leo?
Well, my sister wanted to go camping, so my parents took us in our new Nissan Pathfinder through a mountain trail.
Thank you, Leo.
No, it's not over yet. My brother wanted to explore some caves, so we drove up a bunch of steep hills. And then we
With its V6 engine and 9-speed automatic transmission, the Nissan Pathfinder can power your adventure. That's why J.D. Power ranks Nissan #1 in new vehicle quality among mainstream brands. The new V6-powered Nissan Pathfinder. For J.D. Power 2025 U.S. Initial Quality Study Award information, visit jdpower.com/awards.
When your home system or appliance breaks down, American Home Shield will help fix or replace the covered item, no matter its age. Visit ahs.com/listen for 20% off any plan.
See ahs.com/contracts for coverage details, limitations, and exclusions.
You're listening to the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Hitting for Connolly early. Left-hander's first pitch is a fastball in the inside corner for a called strike one against the right-hand hitting Orlando Arcia. Red Sox and Twins. Spring training action tied at 1. Sox just tied it on an Isaiah Connor-Falefa RBI single. Second pitch down and in from Connolly. Alongside Joe Castiglione, Cooper Boardman. Bob Kendrick, president of the Negro League's Baseball Museum, is with us in the booth, has been all day. Connolly's third pitch is swung on, tap back foul. It's 1-2.
Bob brought his traveling exhibit to Boston a year before last, which was very enjoyable. He's still doing with the exhibit?
We're still doing the touring exhibit. That was part of my reason for being here this week, to try and plant the seeds to bring a series of Negro exhibits here to Fort Myers during spring training in the next subsequent years. And so, it's a great opportunity for us to get the museum out on the road. And we've continued to build traveling exhibitions to bring to light more of these stories, but also to provide people access to the museum who may or may not ever get to Kansas City. And so we didn't want to just leave the museum isolated in Kansas City, so we started building traveling exhibitions, all of them uniquely different.
That'll be an E5.
Yeah, ground ball to third from Arcia. Caleb Durbin ranged to his left, tried to throw on the run, and missed, fired wide into the left. Connor-Falefa caught it, but he was way off the bag. It's probably the first little blip of Caleb Durbin's defensive spring. And now Royce Lewis, the batter, he takes outside for ball one.
This guy stays healthy, could have a very productive year. He's got power and former #1 pick.
Yeah.
Very big if, but it is true. A couple of years ago, he was one of the best players in the league. Pitch to him, swinging a pop-up on the left side, high and foul off to the left. Bob, who do you love watching in the game today?
There's a lot of guys. I mean, I'm no different than anybody else. You love watching that phenom by the name of Shohei Ohtani. Mookie Betts, I love. Freddie Freeman has been I've been a fan of his from his days back when he was with the Braves, and he's just one of the great guys in baseball. I love watching Byron Buxton play. There are just a number of guys. I got one in my own backyard in Bobby Witt, who I think is one of the rising stars of our game. He has a chance to be a really special ball player, and I was telling Joe, he's a special young man. He is just a tremendous young man who just happens to be a great baseball player. We're very blessed in Kansas City to have two of them in Bobby Witt on the baseball side, and of course Patrick Mahomes on the football side, both call Kansas City home. And so I like watching Yamamoto pitch. And so they're just, I'm still a fan of this game. And so there are a lot of young, bright stars who are in our game that you just kind of root for, and you enjoy watching them play the game, the way they play the game, the energy and excitement that they bring to the game.
Mahomes' dad pitched for both these teams, the Red Sox and the Twins.
Yes. And his favorite player was Satchel Paige.
Pitch is one hop towards second. Meyer gloves behind the infield. Throws to Story, gets one, but not two. 4-6 on the fielder's choice. And Early gets the first out here this third inning.
Patrick Mahomes is a part owner of the Kansas City Royals, right?
Yes, he is. He's part owner of the Royals, part owner of the women's soccer team. He and his wife of the Kansas City Current, the women's soccer team. And so they are contributing greatly to the Kansas City community, helping enhance the quality of life for those who live in Kansas City. And like I said, we're very blessed to have two of their individual sports rising stars in Patrick and Bobby Witt.
It is an amazing thing. I mean, you can I would make this argument that Bobby Witt is the third best player in baseball right now. Obviously the Chiefs, the whole world knows what has happened there. Kansas City is going to be an epicenter of the World Cup this year with what they're doing on the soccer side, women and men.
Yes.
Pitch outside to Luke Keyshaw. It must be crazy to be in the middle of all that.
Well, I'll tell you what, it's so exciting. We're gearing up as if we're going to see a lot of people come this June when World Cup descends on Kansas City. We've got some really exciting teams that are coming to set up camp in Kansas City, and we're obviously very proud that Kansas City is going to be the focal point of the world, during these World Cup festivities. And so hopefully we'll see a lot of people come through the turnstiles at the Negro Leagues Baseball Museum.
Great thing to do before or after the game.
2-0. Pitch is cut on miss. I was reading that a couple of England and one other club is going to be there, and there had been a big fight among countries to be in Kansas City because the setup was so good.
Yeah, they got the great setup. You got Sporting KC. You've got the Kansas City Current, who built the first women's-only stadium in the country. And so soccer has really taken off there in Kansas City. And so, yeah, we're excited to see that people were clamoring to get to Kansas City. Now, the barbecue might have had something to do with it. I don't know.
There's a part of the article that's like, and then they took the English, soccer reps to Kansas City barbecue, and that's where they said they were in.
Bob Kendrick took us to Gates, a famous barbecue place.
Yes.
Very close to the museum.
Keyshaw flew out, so they're 2 down, runner on first base for Minnesota. And now Connolly early faces right-hand hitting Josh Bell. Early steps off, throws over to first.
I was telling Bob yesterday, not to date myself, but Bobby Witt's great-grandfather used to write to me when I first came to the Red Sox from Canton, Massachusetts.
And what did he say?
He was talking about Whitey Witt, who played for the Yankees in the Babe Ruth era. They were not related, but it was a special favor. He told me what kind of player he was.
Pitch is lined through the hole on the right side. Base hit for Josh Bell. Lewis goes first to third. Another hard hit ball off of Connolly early. And Minnesota's got runners on the corners again with 2 outs in the third inning.
But Mr. Witt was very encouraging because when he's first coming to a new market and it's tough to get established and to gain respect, and he made it so much nicer for me with his letters. And of course, Bobby's grandfather was a Canton fireman in Canton, Massachusetts, and we all know about his dad, the great hard-throwing right-hander for the Rangers.
If only somebody had told you on a day reading his letters that his grandson was going to be the 3rd best player in baseball.
I wish I kept those letters.
I do too.
Here's Ryan Jeffers, man on the corners. Pitch, swing, and a miss. Good breaking ball there from Connolly. Bob Kendrick in the booth with us today. Fort Myers, president of the Negro Leagues Museum in Kansas City. No balls and 1 strike. Pitch to Jeffers from Connolly. Swing and a miss. Beautiful back foot breaking ball. It's 0-2.
Well, he was hit hard in the first inning, but seems to have settled down. Very poised young man. Picked up velocity in the offseason and has always had the good command.
Consistently stoic, no matter what's going on around him. He sets, he deals the 0-2. Swinging a ground ball, right side through again. A base hit past Connor Falefa. That'll drive in a run. Lewis is home. RBI single for Ryan Jeffers. Not crazy hard hit, but another ball in the right spot. And the Twins take the lead right back here in the 3rd inning. It's 2-1.
Unearned run because of the error that opened the inning.
But Bob, people have been hearing your stories for a few innings now. I probably should have asked this earlier, but how can people support the museum with $45 million to raise?
Well, the campaign is called Pitch for the Future. And to learn more about the campaign, please visit us at www.nlbm.com, where you can make a donation of any amount. As we said this morning, as we build Buck O'Neill a new house, every buck counts. Gets us a buck closer to our financial goal. So there's no contribution too small. And of course, there's no contribution too large.
No one will forget that. Pop out ends the inning to Connor Wong. Red Sox trail 2-1 as we head to the 4th on the Shaw's and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Some of the best lessons don't come from a classroom. They come from experience. On The Power of Advice, a new podcast series from Capital Group, you'll hear from CEOs, investors, and founders about how they built careers, took risks, and reinvented themselves. If you're starting your own journey, this is the kind of advice you won't want to miss. Available wherever you get your podcasts. Published by Capital Client Group, Inc.
Ocean State Job Lot would like to thank you, all the first responders and public safety professionals, with our First Responder Crazy Deal Days, March 12th through March 18th. If you're a Job Lot insider, you'll receive a crazy deal gift card equal to 40% of your purchase when you spend $20 or more. It's our way of saying thank you for all that you do in our communities. That's First Responder Crazy Deal Days, now through Wednesday at Ocean State Job Lot, the home of crazy deals.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Progressive knows there are some surprisingly expensive things in life, like rugs. People say a rug would really bring the room together. And sure, you don't know what that means, but it sounds important. Suddenly you're using words like jute and sisal. Then you see the price and lose it, because how can the thing you walk and spill on cost so much? So you devote your life to taking down Big Rug. But then you remember that switching your home and auto to Progressive could save you hundreds. So, looks like Big Rug is safe. For now. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
This is Christian Campbell. You're listening to the home of the Red Sox, WEEI.
Christian leads it off in the fourth inning. Red Sox trailing 2-1 against the Twins on the road. Liam Hendricks, the new Twins pitcher. And he delivers low and in with the slider for ball one. Campbell, then Braden Ward and Alan Castro. After the Twins just retook the lead on an RBI single from Ryan Jeffers. 1-0, Hendricks. Inside, I think he clipped Campbell. Fastball that had no command. Yeah, got a piece of him at 93. Campbell up from one knee. Took a look at Hendricks, his former somewhat of a teammate. Hendricks was not looking back, and that's a hit by pitch to begin the inning.
I don't think anybody ever talked more and pitched less with the Red Sox, and he was hurt, but very personable guy from Australia. Very emotional when he's on the mound.
No question. We're going to keep the crowd mic as low as humanly possible. Braden Ward, the batter. He takes a fastball down the middle for a strike. Hendricks pitched in total 14 games for the Red Sox last year. Back from Tommy John surgery.
And a cancer survivor.
Extraordinary story, has been one of the humanitarians of the game over the last decade. Pitch outside. He was a Red Sox Roberto Clemente Award nominee a couple of years ago. With Bob Kendrick in the booth today. We were talking about Roberto Clemente earlier today. You're talking with Joe. Pitch coming to Braden Ward. Count 1-1 with the man on first base. Here it comes from Hendricks. And that's outside.
It's hard to believe, but when Pirates trained here, which they did until the late 50s, Roberto Clemente had to stay on the other side of the tracks. He was segregated housing at the time, which I think was the case till 1971 here.
Yeah, no, I think that was still the case going into the early 1970s for sure.
Pitch line foul first base side. We were talking about it earlier. There's so many dates, right? You think, okay, Jackie Robinson broke the color barrier in 1947, and at that point, everything must have been integrated, but that was not even in the zip code of the case.
No, it was still very much segregated in places, and particularly places where these players could stay and even where they could eat. And, there are great stories of how Jackie Robinson essentially integrated the Chase Plaza Hotel in St. Louis, where for years the black ball players, of course, now the Dodgers had a number of black ball players, but they couldn't stay at the Chase where the rest of the guys stayed, and they were staying on what would be the black side of town. And I think Jackie had got fed up with this, and he grabs Campy and Junior Gilliam and Don Newcomb and said, let's go. And they said, where we going? We're going to the Chase Plaza. Jackie, we can't stay there. Bring your stuff, let's go. And it gets to the Chase Plaza and it said, we want to know why we can't stay here. And the man said, well, we don't want you to swim. Right. We don't want you to get in the pool. And Jackie said, I can't swim. And Jackie could do anything he wanted to do. And ultimately, they let them into the Chase. And they stayed there with their teammates. But there was this belief that if they got in the pool, it would taint the water. Yeah. I mean, it's just hard. It's incredulous to think how backwards we used to be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But we're not talking about something that was that long ago.
Not that long ago.
Braden Ward struck out. Alan Castro grounded into a fielder's choice. 2 outs, man on first base. Castro leading there. Liam Hendricks, the pitcher. He misses inside to Caleb Durbin.
Well, baseball got justly criticized for segregation, but they integrated in 1947, a year before the Armed Forces integrated, and 7 years before the Brown versus the Board of Education.
Yeah, no, so baseball was at the forefront of social change. So you're right, Joe, it had been vilified for not allowing blacks to play, but when it opened its door, basically the country followed suit. The country jumped on the coattail of baseball. And so, yeah, Jackie's breaking of the color barrier was in essence the beginning of the civil rights movement in this country, because it predates those more noted civil rights occurrences before Brown versus the Board of Education, before Rosa Parks' refusal to move to the back of the bus. Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. was a sophomore at Morehouse College when Jackie signed his contract to play in the Dodgers organization. And of course, as I like to say, our very own President Harry S. Truman, born right up the road from where the museum operates, Independence, Missouri, would not integrate the armed forces until a year after Jackie. So it did start the ball of social progress rolling in our country.
Counts 2-2 with 2 outs. Runner off of first base. Red Sox trailing the Twins 2-1. Liam Hendricks to Caleb Durbin. Here comes. That's down and away at a curve. Count goes full.
Well, I've been to the Negro Museum at least 20 times. I think I've been to the Harry S. Truman Library about 15 times. One of my favorite spots in the Kansas City area. Independence Mo. What a great leader.
Payoff pitch, runner going, and it's grounded towards the left side, slowly at Brooksley. Shortstop's got it. He slings to first in time to end the top of the 4th inning. Sox go quietly after the leadoff man got on. 2-1 Twins as we go to the bottom of the 4th inning. Connolly early coming back out in the Shaw's and Star Market. WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
What does leadership really look like? On The Power of Advice, a new podcast series from Capital Group, you'll hear from athletes, entrepreneurs, and executives who've led on the field, in the boardroom, and in their communities. It's not about titles. It's about impact. Discover what drives them and the advice they carry forward. Subscribe and start listening today. Published by Capital Client Group, Inc.
The South Coast Health Heart and Vascular Program is nationally recognized year after year for providing world-class care. Our heart and vascular team goes above and beyond to deliver the best clinical care and most compassionate service. You receive the time, attention, and communication you need to feel most comfortable, because at South Coast Health, you are what matters most. We are South Coast Health Heart and Vascular. Visit southcoast.org/heart to learn more.
Todos tenemos una pasión, eso que haríamos una y otra vez, como salir a correr donde sea, cocinar con grandes chefs o rockear con tu artista favorito por todo el mundo. Haz lo que realmente te apasiona. Juega el nuevo sorteo diario de Millionaire for Life y podrías ganar $1 millón cada año por el resto de tu vida. Pasión financiada de por vida. Probabilidades generales 1 en 8.5. Debes tener 18 años o más. Hay ayuda para problemas de juego. Llama al 888-789-7777.
This episode is brought to you by CarMax. Want to buy a car the easy way? Start at CarMax. Want to browse with confidence? Get pre-qualified with no impact on your credit score and shop within your budget. From luxury to family rides, CarMax has options for almost every price range, including over 25,000 cars under $25,000. Want to get started? Head to CarMax.com for details and get pre-qualified today. Want to drive? CarMax.
You're listening to Red Sox Spring Training Baseball on the Shaw's and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Connolly early. This is inside to the left-hand hitting Trevor Larnach. Red Sox trailing the Twins 2-1. Alongside Joe Castiglione, Cooper Boardman, Bob Kendrick, the president of the Negro Leagues Baseball Museum in Kansas City, is with us as Larnach cuts and misses 1-1.
Well, if you want to hear more of Bob, tune in to Black Diamonds, his podcast, which is on MLB Network.
Yes. We launched this podcast. I guess we've completed now 5 seasons that I do in partnership with my friends on Sirius XM Radio. And if you don't have Sirius XM Radio, you can download it any place that you get your podcast, Pandora, Spotify. So, yeah, it's been great because, you know, Joe, I think I had to remind myself that the stories that Buck O'Neil told and Ken Burns, there's a brand new generation of folks who had never heard those stories. And so now we get to go a little bit in depth, telling some of these stories in and around Negro Leagues history. I get to play storytelling, then I get to switch roles and become the interviewer, which is always kind of a little different, neat to be on the other side of the microphone.
One of the great storytellers of all time is Bob Hendry.
Connolly early strikes out Trevor Larnach. I had a feeling that was the case when I woke up this morning. That has become very clear to me over the last 6 hours.
You know, and I don't know where it came from, and I guess I've earned his reputation as being a pretty decent storyteller. And you know, fellas, as you know, and you guys work in radio.
Austin Martin flies out to right, 2 down.
There's no greater compliment than when someone says, I felt like I was there. You know, you paint a picture. You know, so when you tell the story of the showdown between Satchel and Josh Gibson, you want people kind of like, oh, man, I can see this in my mind's eye, what it must have been like when Satchel walks the bases loaded to face the most feared hitter in all the game, Josh Gibson, and strikes him out on 3 pitches after telling him what he was going to throw him.
Well, were they a PM?
He threw a pea at his knee to get him out. And this was not in just any old game. This was the Negro Leagues World Series in 1942. But Buck said the very next year, Gibson got him back. He said they were playing in Yankee Stadium. And he said Satchel tried to get a fastball past Josh. He said Josh hit the ball so hard.
Fly ball to center. Deep one. Campbell back of the track over his head as he reached out. It bounces off the warning track and over the wall for a double. Not quite Gibson, but it was pretty good.
Yeah, no, he said Josh hit it so hard. You know how the pitchers go through his follow-through? Said Satchel never got a chance to come up. Said the ball went right over the top of his cap into Monument Gardens in Yankee Stadium on a rope. And as Josh is circling the bases, Satchel's still down here. He never comes up. And he looks over at first base, and Buck is playing first base. He said, Nancy, a fella could get killed out here.
Pitches on the inside corner, strike to Orlando Arcia. I will not ask you why he called him Nancy.
Better not tell that story on air.
We told it this morning, and it's funny. You can look it up.
Yeah. Not endorsed. Pitch up and away. 1-1 to Orlando Arcia. Red Sox and Twins, 2-1 game. Sox trailing in the bottom of the 4th inning. Bob Kendrick with us in the booth. Count 1-1. Pitch from Connolly early. It's his 58th, and instead Connor Wong calls time to talk to him.
We always visit the Negro League Museum every time we go to Kansas City. I've taken 4 different managers there, many players, trainers, interpreters, PR people, and they all love it. They come away spellbound.
I love it, too. I look forward to it every single year, and I was glad to see that the tradition continued. Will and those guys came by to see me last season, and I hope they'll come see me this season when the Sox are in town, because it's something that Joe started. And when he retired, I was kind of afraid that maybe it might end. But I was really thrilled to see them continue that tradition. And like I told you guys, it never gets old for me. I love welcoming those who make their living in this game to the museum. Love sharing the stories. Love seeing the reactions that they have to what we've done there in Kansas City at the museum.
Pitch was swung on and missed, 2-2.
He had young Bailey Fleming mesmerized with describing Satchel Paige's pitches here. What Satchel called his pitches.
Yeah, and even when I was down on the field earlier talking with LaTroy Hawkins and Royce and the guys who all came over, Josh Bell, they're all coming to see me when they come to Kansas City. And so we're starting to see more of the major league teams come to visit the museum. And, you know, it used to be me trying to encourage them to come. But now we've seen this completely switch where they're calling me wanting to come because the word is starting to circulate amongst their peers. You go to Kansas City, you call Bob, you go visit the Negro Leagues Baseball Museum. 2 years ago, Aaron Judge and Juan Soto, two of the biggest names in our game, called me and wanted to come to visit the Negro Leagues Baseball Museum. So you see a picture of Aaron Judge and Juan Soto at the museum, then you'll say to yourself, well, I need to go check this place out as well. And that fills my heart with tremendous joy that our young athletes are celebrating the heritage of our game. And you both know, no sport holds to its history the way baseball does. So if you don't play this game, you should know the history of this game. And, of course, the history of the Negro Leagues had been that page that was kind of omitted.
Right. Yeah, I knew nothing about it, and I was ashamed to think that, being a baseball historian and a history major, but really got into it. It's so fascinating. Early leaves the game after a walk. Oh, we have a second here, Bob. You can describe what the great Satchel Paige called his pitches.
Yes, yes. And folks, you have to realize that Satchel Paige actually did name his pitches. So he didn't have fastball, curveball, changeup, slider. Not Satchel. Satchel had what he called his midnight creeper. He had the two-humper. He had the bat dodger. He had the hesitation pitch. He had the long tom, the short tom, the jump ball, the trouble ball, the radio ball, the wobbly ball, the dipsy-do. And he also had a pitch that he famously called his B-ball. And as you know, Joe, I would always pose to my guests, do you know why he called it the B-ball? And the answer is because Satchel would say, it bees where I want it to be when I want it to be there. And I tell all my young major leaguers, when they come in that museum, they better rub elbows with Satchel and develop themselves a B-ball.
And you told Rick Porcello, I love that story. We took him to the museum.
Yes,
yeah.
Yes. And our great young pitcher, who we lost way too soon, Yordano Ventura.
Oh, yes.
Yordano was in Double-A baseball. And every year, the Royals would bring their minor league pitchers and players of the year to the museum. It had become tradition. Buck would always take him on a tour. Then when Buck passed, I started doing it. Well, on this particular year, Yordano was in Double-A. And I'm taking them. They got the Spanish-speaking translator. I'm telling Satchel Paige stories. He is enamored with Satchel Paige. And so, Joe, when we finished the tour, he goes over to the statue of Satchel Paige, and he rubs elbows with Satchel. And, of course, you know, he got promoted straight from Double-A up to the big leagues. He swore that rubbing elbows with Satchel earned him that promotion. And he told all of his fellow Dominican pitchers, when you go to that museum, you rub elbows with Satchel.
That's so good. Red Sox have gone to the bullpen. Ryan Watson is in. He missed low. They tried to throw down to second base on a back pick attempt, but the runner gets back. Twins have runners on first and second, 2 outs. We're in the 4th inning. Red Sox trailing the Twins 2-1. Watson facing Royce Lewis at the top of the Minnesota lineup. Bob Kendrick in the booth with us alongside Joe Castiglione, Cooper Boardman. 1-0 from Watson, the Rule 5 pick. Here it comes, and he zips it outside. Counts to 2-0.
Got to make a decision on Watson, because if he doesn't make the club, probably go back to the Giants.
He's in a bag of a lot of guys trying to make this team out of camp. It feels like there are at least a couple of bullpen spots open for someone. Pitch is on the outside corner, a strike. His ERA is 9. Doesn't tell the full story of what his spring has been, but these are pressure outings and pressure moments. There's a reason why they're bringing him in here with 2 men on in a spring training game.
Naturally, the later spring training goes, the more it's determined whether you excel or you need more seasoning.
Missed high, it's 3-1. So this is a big pitch here. 2 men on, brought him in to end the inning. He's facing Royce Lewis, and the count's 3-1. And Lewis calls time to make Watson think about it. Lee leading off of second, Arcia off of first. It'll be a 3-1 pitch from Ryan Watson. Swinging a pop-up right side foul ground. Wong out, first baseman in Connor Falefa on, and he makes the catch to end the inning. Good job by Ryan Watson. Bob, always a joy. Thanks for your time.
Guys, it's great to see you both. Joe, thank you.
All right,
thank y'all
outstanding.
for having me in the booth. And I appreciate all the hospitality.
We'll see you soon.
Okay, guys.
Sox trail 2-1 as we head to the 5th inning on the Shaw's and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Not sure how to tackle your taxes? Are you sweating the small print? You may be experiencing FOMO, the fear of messing up. The answer? Using TurboTax on Intuit Credit Karma. They help you get your biggest refund, and then we help you do more with it, with a personalized plan designed to help you hit your money goals. It's time to take your taxes to the max. Start filing today in the Credit Karma app.
At some health systems, cancer care can make you feel like a number. At South Coast Health Cancer Care, you're more than a diagnosis. We offer the most advanced treatments and the latest surgical advancements, led by a connected team of experts who not only see your cancer, but all of you. Because healing isn't just medicine, it's compassion, it's connection, it's care that knows your story and walks along with you. We are South Coast Health Cancer Care. Visit southcoast.org/cancercare.
You won't see the engineer that slams the Nissan Rogue's door 13,920 times, or the corrosive chamber that simulates 15 years of life in 5 months, or the Rogue heat baked for over 300 combined hours. What you will see is a vehicle that can take punch after punch and keep rolling. Nissan, #1 in new vehicle quality among mainstream brands by J.D. Power. We put it through the worst so you get its best. For J.D. Power 2025 U.S. Initial Quality Study Award information, visit jdpower.com/awards. Awards based on 2025 model year. Newer models may be shown.
Back to the Sox on the Shaw's and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Cole Sands, the fourth Twins pitcher, delivers, and Story fouls the first pitch back for strike one. 5th inning, 2-1, the Twins on top. Story's had a good day. It ripped a double deep down the left field line and grounded a soft single to right. 2 runs, 5 hits for the Twins, 1 run, 5 hits, an error for the Red Sox. The error led to the Twins' go-ahead run. Slider missing low and away to Trevor. Well, we thank Bob Kendrick, the president of the Negro League Baseball Museum, for joining us. What a treat. He might be the best storyteller I've ever known. Foul to the backstop.
I just said he should have been a broadcaster. You said he should be a preacher.
Either one.
It's amazing.
It's so valuable what he does now to keep Negro Leagues alive, and they are flourishing. Thanks in part a lot to what Buck O'Neill did and what Bob Kendrick does. I wish I could have seen those games. It must have been super exciting. Here's the pitch home. Breaking ball low and away.
And he said it, how much he enjoys bringing it to life. But as he was describing it in the talk earlier today, and even a couple of innings ago, of Satchel Paige versus Gibson, right? Like, or moments or barnstorms across the country or whatever it is. I mean, he genuinely brings it to life.
Trevor swings. It's a high fly ball, left field toward the line. Long run for the left fielder. And Keishel backpedals, and it's over his head. He misplayed it. It rolls to the wall, and Trevor's on his way to third. Well, I didn't give him a double, single, and triple. It should have been caught. Keishel's basically an infielder, and he got all twisted around. The wind is tough, and he misplayed it.
Well, it's that same kind of wind, and it's a different setup, obviously, here as Fenway. You go towards that left field corner and towards that wall, and the ball seems to blow back. And that's exactly what happened to Keishel. You can see the flags down that left field line. They're straight out towards right center. He thought he was in the right spot, and then all of a sudden the ball was in a completely different place.
Tying run at third. Ball one missing up and away to Marcelo Meyer, who's fanned twice. First time on an off-speed pitch. Infield is halfway on the right side. About the same on the left side, even with the bags. Here's the pitch, and Meyer takes a slider, missing inside. Well, he did score at a triple. Wind blown and misplayed.
This is a home run away from the cycle.
Yeah. Usually he don't stick around long enough to get 4 at-bats. But if he has one more, he can go deep and hit for the cycle in spring training. Here's the pitch on its way, and it swung on it high, shallow left field along the foul line. Left fielder out, shortstop back. It's a fair ball, and it's grabbed by the leaping shortstop Lee for the out. And Story just does scramble back to third base in time. That was a foul ball all the way, and the wind pushed it fair. And the shortstop Lee made a nice backhand catch.
Yeah, Lee learned. He goes out, 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 and then took one step towards fair territory and just in the nick of time. Then reached out, almost full extension to make the catch.
So there's one out with a runner at third. I hope he does get another at bat. It'd be great to see a cycle. I've never seen one in spring training. And the pitch is a strike over the inside edge to Connor Falefa, who singled to left after grounding to short. He drove in the Red Sox run.
You'd see the spring training stolen base record, at least on record, and a cycle in the same game.
Here's the pitch, and it's outside. I remember many years ago, I don't remember what year, but we were at City of Palms, and around the 9th inning, with Toronto ahead of the Red Sox, something like 10-0, we came to the realization that the Toronto pitching staff had a no-hitter going, and they got it.
Did they celebrate?
There were 7 or 8 pitchers. I don't think they realized it either. There's a soft liner into right center field, a base hit over the head of the second baseman of the drawn and infield, and that ties the game. Connor Falefa drives in his second run of the day, and we're knotted at 2.
Well, 2 singles, 2 RBIs. He has 9 hits this spring. I mean, he's 9 for 21. And 7 of those 9 are singles. You know, he's never been this guy with crazy power or anything like that, but there's a lot of value to a guy who can play a bunch of different positions and hit his singles and make contact.
And he goes from first. Here's the pitch taken for a strike. The throw on one hop is too late. Stolen base, Connor Falefa.
And also do that.
It's great to see the running Red Sox. I mean, this is an aspect of the game that is building over the last few years where they really are very athletic. So Connor Wong took the pitch for a strike. He has walked and grounded out 1-3. A little bit low and away.
Red Sox as a team of the second most stolen bases in spring training, 33 of them, behind the Miami Marlins with 35. The top 10 in Major League Baseball in the regular season last year. No reason why it shouldn't be the same.
So tied at 2. Connor Wong, who's walking grounded to the pitcher, takes it high. I don't really run that much in spring training, but I think it's something the Red Sox are emphasizing.
I think, too, you talk to the young players, and you know, I remember when Roman Anthony got to AAA.
Taken low.
And Marcelo got to AAA, and you asked them, you know, what you got here to AAA from AA, you know, what were you most proud of? What did you learn, or your biggest jump at that level? And the first word out of both of their mouths was base running. You know, they've valued it at the lower levels of the minor leagues.
Here's the pitch, and it swung on it hard, but right at the shortstop on the ground. Brooks Lee gobbles it up, flips to first for the out as the runner holds at second. Well, that's good to hear because sometimes it's an overlooked facet of the game in the day of home run or strikeout.
I think especially when you watched Major League Baseball 3, 4, 5, 6 years ago in that kind of window, you saw some of the worst base running imaginable. And I think for the most part, and again, this is collectively across the league, it's gotten better over the last years because I think teams saw it and said, this can't happen.
On the return to more athleticism instead of big lumbering sluggers. Call strike to Monasterio, who singled to left and flied to right. 2-2 in the 5th. Red Sox and the Twins meeting for the 5th time. They'll have 3 more games after this. Red Sox trying to win the Commissioner's Cup for the first time since 2022. Swinging strike and a high cutter by Monasterio. Was impressed, especially against lefties. Very athletic guy who can play second, third, and short. Connor Falefa's at second. 2 down, 2-2 in the fifth. And the pitch home. Swing and a miss. He got a fastball by him. So Red Sox are retired, but they do get the equalizer after 4 1/2 innings. 2-2 in the Shaws and Star Market. WEEI Red Sox Network.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Progressive knows there are some surprisingly expensive things in life, like rugs. People say a rug would really bring the room together. And sure, you don't know what that means, but it sounds important. Suddenly you're using words like jute and sisal. Then you see the price and lose it, because how can the thing you walk and spill on cost so much? So you devote your life to taking down Big Rug. But then you remember that switching your home and auto to Progressive could save you hundreds. So, looks like Big Rug is safe. For now. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Think Boston sports talk is something only local fans can enjoy? Think again.
Jones and Keefe bring you hearty laughs, the hot takes, and the hometown energy that makes Boston sports fun to follow from wherever you are. Follow and listen to Jones and Keefe on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Find your pot of gold at the 99 restaurant. Stop in this St. Patrick's Day for lucky specials like green beer, a corned beef and cabbage dinner, or a corned beef Reuben. March 16th and 17th only. You gotta love the nines.
You're listening to live play-by-play action of the Boston Red Sox on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Red Sox 2, Twins 2, home half of the fifth inning here at Hammond Stadium. And Ryan Watson, who got the last out in the fourth inning, facing Luke Keeschel, who's doubled to right center and fly to right. And the first pitch misses for ball one. Keeschel misplayed the fly ball by Story into a triple, and that led to the tying run on the top of this inning. The pitch to the right-hand batter is hit high to left center field and shallow. Campbell gives away to the left fielder. Castro makes the catch. Shaw's in Star Market. Make grocery shopping easy. Just order online or on the app, and they'll have your groceries ready for you curbside or delivered to your door. Visit shaws.com or starmarket.com. One down here's Josh Bell, well-traveled switch hitter. Most recently was with the Washington Nationals. And he takes inside for ball one. Bell is flied out, or lined to third, I should say, and then single to right. Watson deals, and a ground ball pull foul. It goes to the backstop. Be with you tomorrow when the Red Sox take on the Twins. Oviedo gets the start for the Red Sox. And there's a pitch missing inside. It's Stonehill Day at JetBlue tomorrow. Big group of alumni will be there.
Division I Stonehill.
Indeed, their baseball team came down here, played at Florida Gulf Coast. Their first time outdoors. The pitch is taken low. He had a nice visit there with the staff.
Got our first challenge, I think, of the day on that pitch, called the ball.
Yeah, the challenges have been less frequent of late. Top heavy early. It is a ball. Or is it? So close.
Got a strike at the
very bottom.
By 0.1. So there you go.
I think the catcher made that decision to call it. Pitch to Josh Bell is swung on, line toward the gap in right center, gets down for a base hit. Campbell cuts it off. Bell has their sixth hit. One on, one out. Where Ryan Jeffers, the catcher, who's single to left, then single to right.
I do swear that there are these games And we've seen it a few times, to your point, in spring training, where I think guys forget that challenges are available. Now, part of it is I think Derek Thomas behind the plate has done a really good job. So there hasn't been a lot to obviously challenge, but I don't know, even still, it feels like, oh, right, we have a challenge here.
Well, at least for a pinch runner. There's a strike. Jeffers 2 for 2. 86 is Rainey Doncon, D-O-N-C-O-N. He's the pinch runner. No name on the back of his uniform. He's up from Monterey camp. Here's the pitch. It's low. Twins are managed by Derek Shelton, most recently manager of the Pirates. Bob Kendrick is telling us he's a real contributor to the Negro League Baseball Museum. Brought his teams there for several years, while with Pittsburgh, and before that with Tampa Bay, Cleveland. The pitch home is taken low. 2-2. 1 on, 1 out, 5th inning. Here at the Lee County Sports Complex at Hammond Stadium. Right-hander, long and lean deals, and a fastball. He checks the swing in time.
I'm not sure there's a more unique situation in baseball than the Minnesota Twins in 2026. I mean, they have the fire sale at the deadline, but then you look at the way their roster is. There are a lot of good players on this team right now.
Here's the pitch home and a foul tip around the batter's box. But losing Pablo Lopez for the season really hurt.
Joe Ryan is healthy. He was scratched on the opening day of spring training, but he's going to pitch for Team USA in the World Baseball Classic. That was just announced if the U.S. advances.
Well, Italy beat the U.S., of course, night before last with the Red Sox. Greg Weissert striking out Gunnar Henderson and Aaron Judge with the bases loaded and the tying runs in scoring position. But Italy also did the Red Sox or the USA a favor last night by eliminating Mexico. Vinny Pasquantino, 3 home runs, the former current Kansas City Royal first baseman. The pitch runner goes, hit high to left field. Castro running hard toward the line, now coming in, and he makes the catch. Nicely done. He had to go a long way for that and battle the wind and the sun.
That Team Italy is, I mean, the way Lorenzen threw the ball against Team USA was pretty amazing. Vinny, I mean, he's been one of the best players in baseball when healthy. Bounced back after a tough year 2 years ago. Was great last year. They got a lot of good players on that team.
Another Kansas City teammate, too, Caglione. He's been very impressive.
That's a guy who, everybody talks about how hard Roman Anthony hits the ball. Well, him and Caglione are the two that hit the ball the hardest in the minors last year.
There's a call strike to Carantini, who's grounded out 4-3 and fouled out. Did you have a chance to see him play against Worcester?
No, never did. But you could just, you would just, every day you would wake up and look at the stats and it was like, oh, Roman Anthony's the best player at AAA. Oh, Jack Caglione's the second best.
Throw to first. He had him leaning, but diving back safely is the pinch runner, Duncan.
And he's part of the Royals. I mean, the Royals are a really interesting team. I mean, last year they were so disappointing in the American League Central. They finished 8 games out of a playoff spot, and yet you could go around their diamond and say, that's a good team.
All alone. They moved the fences in Kansas City. Always a notorious pitcher's park. Those big gaps. So when you do that, of course, you take a chance. It could hurt your own pitching.
Saw that in Baltimore.
And Baltimore moved the fences in, too, after going back. There's a ground ball foul. I thought they ruined a beautiful park when they built that off the wall and left 398 feet. But I'm not sure what they're moving it in, how much they're moving it in, but it's certainly a plus.
What is the best pitcher's park you've ever been to?
Now, Oakland was a pretty good pitcher's park, especially after dark when that marine layer came in. One of the older parks, probably. 1-2 pitch is taken low. I mean, before all these new parks, you had either the symmetrical parks, which were boring, or you had those ones with the short porches down the line and the cab ride to center. 2-2. He swung on, ripped down the right field line deep, but hooking foul off the fence by the Red Sox dugout.
I was thinking about Comerica even before they
moved left field. That was a big-time pitcher's park. What the pitching they're going to have. Skubal, Valdez, Verlander's back for another try with the Tigers after leaving after 17. Carantini checks the swing and runs in, almost hit him in the back foot.
Rob Bradford and I were in Lakeland last weekend for Justin Verlander's first game back with the Tigers, his first start after signing, and he actually had to leave an inning early, so he got a standing ovation for that, and then he went back out there and they took him out again. He got another standing ovation.
Runner goes, foul to the backstep, and Christian Campbell took him deep. Huh?
Mm-hmm. Best at bat of Christian's spring so far, no question.
So 3-2 remaining the count to Victor Carantini, former Chicago Cub. Ryan Watson deals, the runner goes, and it swung on, hit on the left field line. Long run for Watson, but it lands foul on the track, no play. Don't have the greatest crowd we've seen here. A lot of empty seats today. So another 3-2 pitch will be upcoming to the backup catcher who's playing at first base today. The right-hander ready. Here it is. And a hard shot. What a scoop by Kinder for left at first with a backhand on one knee. Runs over to the bag to beat Carantini. Retired the side. He saved the big-time trouble there. After 5, 2-2 in the Shaw Austin Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Network.
Todos tenemos una pasión, eso que haríamos una y otra vez, como salir a correr donde sea, cocinar con grandes chefs o rockear con tu artista favorito por todo el mundo. Haz lo que realmente te apasiona. Juega el nuevo sorteo diario de Millionaire for Life y podrías ganar $1 millón cada año por el resto de tu vida. Pasión financiada de por vida. Probabilidades generales 1 en 8.5. Debes tener 18 años o más. Hay ayuda para problemas de juego. Llama al 888-789-7777.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Every Nissan Frontier is battle-tested. Its frame is twisted. Its door slammed 13,920 times. And its bed drop-tested over and over. We do all that to the V6-powered Frontier, so you never have to hold back. Nissan, ranked #1 in new vehicle quality among mainstream brands by J.D. Power. For J.D. Power 2025 U.S. Initial Quality Study Award information, visit jdpower.com/awards. Awards based on 2025 model year. Newer models may be shown.
Progressive knows there are some surprisingly expensive things in life, like rugs. People say a rug would really bring the room together. And sure, you don't know what that means, but it sounds important. Suddenly you're using words like jute and sisal. Then you see the price and lose it, because how can the thing you walk and spill on cost so much? So you devote your life to taking down Big Rug. But then you remember that switching your home and auto to Progressive could save you hundreds. So, looks like Big Rug is safe. For now. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Boston sports with you wherever you go. Download the Odyssey app. Now, back to Red Sox baseball on WEEI.
Christian Campbell leads off for the Red Sox in the 6th inning. He takes a fastball from the left-hander Cody Funderburk for a called strike 1. New Twins arm. Sox and Twins tied at 2. Second pitch from one of the great baseball names, Funderburk. He misses down and in to Christian Campbell. 7, 8, 9 coming up for the Sox. Big left-hander Funderburk, shoulder length hair, he delivers. And it swung on and missed. Sinker at 91 right by Campbell. Christian has 6 total hits on the spring. Batting average is 200, but 3 of those 6 have come in the last 4. Takes this one to the inside corner. Strikes out looking. He's 0 for 2 today. Still trying to find it. Talked about that Verlander at bat. 10-pitch at bat. Fouled a bunch of pitches off. Some to the right, some to the left, and then got a hanging slider and drilled it over the left center field wall. I think the hope was that that was going to be the swing that got him right. Braden Ward squares the bunt, takes a strike. But it has not been the opening of the faucet maybe that you would have hoped it would have been for him yet. Corners it against Ward. He takes a sweeper just outside, 1-1. Had just one challenge in the game. It was a Red Sox challenge by the catcher. It was a challenge that they won. Pitch, swing and a miss, and it's 1-2 on Braden. Alongside Joe Castiglione, Cooper Boardman, we had Bob Kendrick, president of the Negro Leagues Baseball Museum, with us all afternoon. Thanks to him for his time. Count 1-2 on Braden Ward. Here it comes. He leaves it outside in the slider, 2-2.
He's had several bunt hits this spring, but I thought he'd be bunting here with 2 strikes. But that was a great weapon for Mickey Mantle. So many 2-strike bunts.
2-2. Pitch is grounded right side, bounced up on the second baseman, but it's gloved by RC. Throws out Ward, hustling hard down the line. He made a 4-3, a lot closer than it should have been for the second out of the 6th inning. Yeah, a couple of the minor league coaches were telling me that Braden Ward had 30 bunt hits last year in the minor leagues.
I mean, that takes more than speed. You have to be a good bunter to accomplish that.
2 down, nobody on. Alan Castro, switch hitter, batting right. He takes down the pipe, a changeup for a strike. And it's something, you know, the bunt has been diminished by analytics. 0-1 bounces in low, 1-1. You don't want to give another team an out, even if it's in exchange for scoring position, is the thought behind it. But if you're bunting to get on base, that is, without question, analytically valuable. Count 1-1 on Castro. Pitch on the outside corner, a sweeper. It's 1-2. Funderburk working fast. It'll be a 1-2 pitch. Swinging another tapper, foul third base side. Castro started running, thought it hit his foot. Instead, he goes down to first, and he's safe. Funderburk just walked over to it. He turns to the home plate umpire and says, I thought that hit a foot. For the moment, an infield single for Alan Castro. And the Red Sox have a man on with 2 down. It looked like it hit his foot, sounded like it hit his foot.
Can't play umpire.
Castro still down at first base. Everyone's looking at him, and I think, yeah, home plate umpire Derek Thomas said foul ball. And now Castro is walking as slowly as humanly possible back down the first baseline. Finally, he retrieves his bat. Now he turns to talk to Derek Thomas. He's got his arm out. You can see in his body language he doesn't agree. I mean, he's wasted. Now he calls time. Well, if you're wondering how he felt about it, he's given us about a minute and a half to know. And now he's back in the box. The count's 1-2, and the pitch. Swinging a tapper back foul. Definitely foul. It is so rare with the creation of the pitch clock to see someone get extra time in any part of a baseball game. So he took the part that he could. Counts 1-2 again. Pitch. Fastball low. 2-2. Red Sox and Twins in the 6th inning. Red Sox 2, Twins 2. Pitch. Swinging a ground ball foul. Kyle Hudson, the third base coach, went down to his hands. It bounced over him.
Kyle's very athletic. He caught a pass in the Rose Bowl for the Fighting Illini of Illinois when he was a wide receiver there.
He's got the wide receiver build, even still. Pitch, swing, hard shot up the middle, base hit on the ground. Split the second baseman and shortstop. Alan Castro was not happy that he had an infield single taken away from him, so he hits one to the outfield for a knock. He's on with 2 down in the 6th inning.
A little more satisfying.
He was the only guy that thought that didn't hit him, or at least he was trying to sell it. He's on first base with 2 down, and the Red Sox get Caleb Durbin back up. He checks the swing and ticks it back into the mid of the catcher. And Joe, Trevor Story's out of the dugout, so he's in the on-deck circle and sitting on a cycle. Looks like he'll have a chance to bat as Funderburk steps off and throws over. Kind of figured after the triple he wasn't going to get another shot.
I'm sure he's aware of it.
2 outs trying to get him to the plate in the inning. The 0-1. Pitch is swung on, hit high in the air, deep right center field. Larnach back towards the track on the run. It's down in front of him and right in front of the warning track. Castro scores from first. Durbin around second. He dives into third with a go-ahead RBI triple. Caleb Durbin puts the Sox on top 3-2.
Hit pretty well, though. The wind did aid it.
It was in the air a very long time for a ball that ultimately hit down in the gap. Center fielder Austin Martin must have been shaded towards left center. He and Larnach, in what is a big right center field, went after it and just bounced down. And now Trevor Story. He's a home run away from the cycle. He's got a man on third. He takes way up and away. Ball 1. You said it earlier. You don't think you've seen a spring training cycle?
No, I don't think I ever have. Saw one in the postseason, the only one.
Pitch is high, 2-0.
That was the Brock Star against the Yankees in a blowout win.
Story hit for the cycle in A ball with Modesto. And he swings and pops it up way high in the air, the right side. Shallow right, Larnach in, second baseman out. And Arcia puts it away to end the inning. Story looked like he was swinging for the cycle there. Red Sox take the lead on the triple by Durbin. We go to the bottom of the 6th inning. Sox lead 3-2 on the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Progressive knows there are some surprisingly expensive things in life, like rugs. People say a rug would really bring the room together. And sure, you don't know what that means, but it sounds important. Suddenly you're using words like jute and sisal. Then you see the price and lose it, because how can the thing you walk and spill on cost so much? So you devote your life to taking down Big Rug. But then you remember that switching your home and auto to Progressive could save you hundreds. So, looks like Big Rug is safe. For now. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Welcome to Radio Rental. The scariest stories you've ever heard in your life. All told by real people. And off we go.
This wasn't a human being that I saw. There's something here in this house. Something not of this world.
There was a woman moving through the hall. I stepped back, and I was completely alone.
Radio Rental is available now. Listen for free on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
John Sewer and Drain Cleaning is the name to know when your drains don't flow. John Sewer is also hiring technicians at their Norwood location to handle growing demand in southeastern Mass. To join New England's most experienced team, go online to johnsewer.com to apply today.
We get the job done. You're listening to Red Sox Spring Training Baseball on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Caleb Durbin gives the Red Sox the lead on an RBI triple, and the Sox take a 3-2 lead into the bottom of the 6th inning. We're at the spring training home of the Minnesota Twins here in Fort Myers, as Kyle Keller comes on out of the Sox bullpen. His first pitch to Trevor Larnach is outside for ball 1. Keller's been impressive this spring. Pitch outside. Spent last year in Japan. He's given up just 2 earned runs over now nearly 7 innings of work. Not a ton of swing and miss, but when you talk about results, he's gotten them. 2-0. Pitch is hit hard and foul first base side. I think that might have been a broken bat. Larnach examines it. Checking it. Gives us a chance to pause for station ID on the Shaw's and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
We are your home for Boston College football, basketball, baseball, and hockey. WEEI AM, Boston, an Odyssey station.
2-1, swinging a fly ball, left center field. Christian Campbell back on it, now in, and the center fielder puts it away for the first out of the 6th inning. Hammond Stadium in Fort Myers alongside Joe Castiglione, Cooper Boardman, Red Sox and Twins. Sox leading 3-2. Sixth outing of the spring for Kyle Keller. Now he faces Austin Martin, right-hand hitter, and bends him out of the way with a fastball. It's ball 1. One-0. Pitch is on the outside corner, a strike, 1-1. Austin Martin, 5th overall pick in 2020. First good stretch of the big leagues last year from Minnesota. A 1-1 from Keller. Fired in high at 94. One of these players, the Twins have a lot of guys that I think if you had gone maybe 3 or 4 years back and said who was the next wave of great players, 2-1 on the inside corner, strike 2-2. I think you would have said those players were going to be some of the game's best by 2024, 2025. Taj Bradley came up as a young phenom for the Rays as a pitcher. Martin, who was again a top 10 pick in that draft now 5 years ago. Royce Lewis, of course, former #1 overall pick. 2-2. Check swing. That's on the outside corner, strike 3. Martin stares at the outside corner, but doesn't challenge Derek Thomas, and there are 2 down. But you look at all those guys, their rotation. Bradley, Mick Abel's another good example of a guy that I think the Phillies at this point would have thought that would have been very solidly in their rotation. As Brooks Lee steps in, 2 down. Pitch from Keller. Lee bunts it, third base side. Almost impossible play. Durbin on, picks it up, barehand, slings it across the diamond. Not close to it in time. The second Lee got it down, you knew it was going to be an infield single. Durbin playing well beyond the bag on the left side. And by the time he got there, Lee has himself his second hit. You've seen more bunts today than I've seen in a baseball game in a long time.
It seems like it's been a lost art for several years. Be nice if it made a comeback.
You talked to Bob Kendrick long enough, you speak it into existence. Lee's on first, 2 down. Orlando Arcia is the batter. They check on Lee, who's actually been lifted for a pinch runner. Maddox Houghton is the pinch runner at first base, wearing 89 with no name. Connor Falefa holds him on. First pitch is a fastball low to Orlando Arcia. Slim right-hander Kyle Keller comes home. Pitch is swung on, hit high in the air. Left field and deep. Castro back. Track, wall, goodbye. That's a bomb. Orlando Arcia, 2-run shot. This game keeps going back and forth. Twins retake the lead. It's 4-3 in the 6th.
A reminder what he did to the Red Sox a couple of years ago in Atlanta, walk-off home run. He was with the Braves.
We were just going through the Twins roster. Arcia very much fits in this. He was an all-star a couple of years ago for the Atlanta Braves. Has bounced around since, but they have kind of staked their season on some projects, at least on paper. Royce Lewis, half swing, ground ball, foul, pass first. And they're probably the roster that might have the most variability in terms of where maybe the projections or pundits have them, which would be right around 80 games or 80 wins, high 70s. The 0-1 pitches inside, and what they could be. Buxton and Lewis are healthy. They have two of the best hitters in the game. Luke Keeschall was an outstanding rookie when healthy last year. 1-1. Pitches chopped left side. Slowly, Story gloves, throws on the run and in time to get Royce Lewis by a step and end the inning. Trevor Story keeps playing a good shortstop this spring. On our way to the 7th, Sox trail again 4-3 on the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Sitting on the interstate, wondering how many drivers are overpaying on car insurance? Turns out, it's a lot of them. Here's the deal. Owning a car is expensive enough. Your auto insurance shouldn't cost a fortune, too. So put the brakes on those high insurance rates with help from Intuit Credit Karma. Simply open the app to explore personalized rates, get quotes, and find the right coverage plan for you. Great insurance at lower rates? Start looking on Credit Karma today.
There's nothing like the American Express Platinum Card. Find out your welcome offer after you apply, which could be as high as 175,000 points. Learn more and find out your offer at americanexpress.com/explorer-platinum. Terms apply.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Progressive knows there are some surprisingly expensive things in life, like rugs. People say a rug would really bring the room together. And sure, you don't know what that means, but it sounds important. Suddenly you're using words like jute and sisal. Then you see the price and lose it, because how can the thing you walk and spill on cost so much? So you devote your life to taking down Big Rug. But then you remember that switching your home and auto to Progressive could save you hundreds. So, looks like Big Rug is safe. For now. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Hey, it's Marcelo Meyer from your Boston Red Sox. You're listening to WEEI. Available anytime for free on the Odyssey app. That's AUDACY.
Marcelo Meyer showing us how to spell. He leads off here in the 7th inning. Red Sox trailing the Twins again 4-3. Meyer took a pitch outside. Second pitch is a slider of the outside corner, a strike. It's 1-1 against Cody Funderburk. Twins have made many of their defensive changes. Get those for you in a moment as Meyer taps it foul first base side to go 1-2. Eric Wagaman, former Miami Marlin, is at third base for Royce Lewis. Tanner Schobel is at second for Orlando Arcia. Maddox Houghton, who came in as a pinch runner last inning, is in center. Count here 1-2. Pitch is chopped right back towards Funderburk. He dropped it. He picks it up and he shovels along to first base to get Meyer, who's now 0 for 4 today. Tristan Gray, who was traded for Luis Guerrero in the offseason, joined the Red Sox. He was actually part of Red Sox winter weekend before ultimately didn't remain on the roster. Is now with the Twins. He's at shortstop. And Kalai Rosario is in right field for Trevor Larnach. Pitch inside to Isaiah Connor-Falefa. pitch. Swing and a foul tip into the mid. Alvaro Hernandez has come tearing into our booth to give us the rest of the defensive changes. Poor Al today. We've got him like housed in the booth next door. Pitch back to the backstop.
A small booth here, but he's always welcome.
Are you lonely? I said Doug's keeping him company. I think that's actually more dangerous in some ways.
He's a good listener.
Pitch inside.
Really sort of a quiet game here. I guess for some reason not a very big crowd.
Count 1-2. Funderburk delivers way outside. Now the count's full. I guess that was a 2-2 pitch. Now 3-2 on Connor Falefa. And late arriving. Filled in a little bit here, but nothing crazy. Pitch is swung on, grounded right back towards Funderburk, and he actually picked it off the ground. Low liner, and I think it just went into his mitt. Not quite sure he caught it as much as it caught him. He gets Connor Falefa, and that'll be the final pitch he throws here today. Derek Shelton out of the dugout. Twins go to the bullpen. Funderburk smiling wide. And we'll step aside for a pitch break in the 7th. Sox trailing 4-3 on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Hey guys, it's Courtney. Did you know Verizon Home Internet covers more homes with faster speeds across the country than any other provider? Now you can get award-winning Fios Internet for just $20 a month for 3 years. Switch today and enjoy savings you can count on. Verizon Home Internet consists of Fios and 5G home. Availability varies. Comparison based on FCC BDS data of home internet providers and download speeds over 50 Mbps. June 2025. Limited time offer for eligible new customers. Fios $20 monthly plan with auto pay, mobile phone plan, Mobile Plus Home, and bonus discount. Enrollment required. 3-year price guarantee applies only to the then current base monthly rate for Fios. Additional terms apply.
This is Scott McFarlane of McFarlane Energy. While there's no shortage of companies offering heating oil delivery, boilers, furnaces, heat pumps, and air conditioning, we stand apart from the rest. Since opening our doors in 1946, our goal has been to deliver the best combination of price, expertise, and equipment to all of Eastern Mass and the Cape. This winter, consider McFarlane Energy for your next oil delivery. You'll love our prices, and we'll treat you and your home like family. And don't forget to ask us about cleaner burning bioheat. Please visit us at McFarlaneEnergy.com.
You don't want to miss the Subaru of New England A Lot to Love event. Love all the 2026 Subaru Forester or Forester Hybrid have to offer, like standard, symmetrical, all-wheel drive. Buy with as low as 0.9% financing or lease for as low as $249 per month. Details at SubaruofNewEngland.com.
Twins bullpen. And Eric Orsi comes out of it, right-hander on to try to finish off the top of the 7th inning. Red Sox and Twins from Fort Myers. We're just down the road from JetBlue Park at Hammond Stadium, spring training home of Minnesota. And the Sox trail 4-3 back in 4th game. Connor Wong will bat against Orsi. And the first pitch right on right is right down the middle. A splitter for strike. This is another one of these arms. Just this whole roster for Minnesota is just a really interesting roster. You know, this is somebody in Orsi, very highly thought of in analytics circles from the Mets and then the Rays, and now here in Minnesota. The 0-1 pitch is cut on a miss, but you'd put this guy in the camp of if he had a great relief season, a la Griffin Jacks. For the Twins, if he had a great relief season, you just wouldn't be that surprised. The 0-2, he bounced in a splitter. Orsi had been in AAA with the Mets. He'd been traded to the Rays in that Jose Siri deal, and he was traded for a prospect. Kind of surprised, even the way the Rays do business, that they let this guy go. He's ahead of Connor Wong in an instant. And now the 4th pitch coming. It's a 1-2, and it's fouled back. But you think about it, between Orsi, Justin Topa, former Mariner, who's been pretty good over the last 5 years. Anthony Banda, who is a value member of the Dodgers a couple of years ago. Cole Sands looked impressive earlier. This is a pretty good bullpen. 1-2. Check swing. Did he go? Yep. Connor Wong over the top of it. And Orsi comes out of the bullpen and shows why he's impressive. Strikes out Wong and ends the inning. We head to the bottom of the 7th inning. Sox trailing 4-3 against the Twins on the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, you can choose the best coverage option for you. Because you know you. Like, you know you can't cook. You're not one of those people who say that they can, but when people come over for dinner, they find out the hard way, you can't. You can't even microwave popcorn, and that's literally just one button. Plus, measuring and patience are huge parts of cooking, and that's just not you. Only you know you. So get coverage options within your budget with Progressive's Name Your Price tool. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Pricing coverage match limited by state law.
Todos tenemos una pasión, eso que haríamos una y otra vez, como salir a correr donde sea, cocinar con grandes chefs o rockear con tu artista favorito por todo el mundo. Haz lo que realmente te apasiona. Juega el nuevo sorteo diario de Millionaire for Life y podrías ganar $1 millón cada año por el resto de tu vida. Pasión financiada de por vida. Probabilidades generales 1 en 8.5. Debes tener 18 años o más. Hay ayuda para problemas de juego. Llama al 888-789-7777.
From taco night in Tulum to sushi in Tokyo, make every bite rewarding with gold from Amex. Wherever you dine, 4 times membership rewards points at restaurants worldwide are piling up. Learn more at americanexpress.com/explore-gold. Terms and points cap apply.
You're listening to Red Sox Spring Training Baseball
on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Noah Song's in the game. He delivers outside to Luke Keyshaw. Red Sox and Twins. 7th inning. Sox down 4-3. We have time called. Song, I think, was not attentive to the batter. He understands that from Derek Thomas, who wanted to be very clear about it. Noah Song, I would say he's opening eyes in spring. I think the eyes have been open for the last few years. 1-0. Pitch is outside 2-0, but the swing and miss, the way the slider has played, as he has really narrowed in his arsenal. 2-0, line drive, left field, sinking, down a base hit for Keyshaw. The way that Song has thrown the baseball this spring, you don't really know as he comes back healthy, really hits the ground running after a fully healthy offseason, what it's going to look like. It's looked really good. Red Sox have made plenty of defensive changes behind Noah Song. We'll give those to you in just a moment. As Duncone bats, and he laces it down the left field line, hooking towards the pole. It is foul. And foul by feet. That's fair. That's a home run. Sox defensive changes. Nathan Hickey at first, Mikey Romero at second, Nick Sogard at third, Vinny Capra is at shortstop. Corey Rozier in left, Skylar King in center, and Tyler McDonough is in right. Man off first, nobody out. Pitch is high. Folks, corned beef is on sale at Shaws and Star Market. Pick up Signature Select corned beef point cut, just $1.99 a pound when you use a digital coupon. Limit 2 while supplies last. Sale ends on St. Patrick's Day. Pitch is hit hard through the left side, a base hit for Duncone. That's a single for him after Keyshaw singled, and that's 2 pieces of hard contact off of Noah Song. Not seen that a lot this spring. Song had worked 5 innings coming in. He'd not allowed a run. He'd not allowed a hit before those last 2 with 6 Ks and 2 walks. This does in some way where feel like where spring training starts to turn. And it's not as dramatic as it is usually when, the full complement of rosters are here. The pitch is inside of Ryan Jeffers. When the full rosters are here, the quality of hitters that you face later in games is better because of the natural trickle-down effect. 1-0 check swing. Did he go? Point down at first. Jeffers did not go. It's 2-0. But right now is where you start to get these relievers in against major league hitters. Song is facing some of the best hitters he's seen all spring. Gets a tapper back foul from Jeffers. He faces, faced Luke Keyshaw, who's going to be an opening day member of the Minnesota Twins, whether that's at second base or the outfield. And now he faces their starting catcher, Ryan Jeffers. It's probably as difficult of a late as he's had in spring this year. 1-2, swinging a high fly ball, foul off to the right. And he gets to 2-2 against Jeffers. And not to make too much of a pitch at 3:17 p.m. on March 12th, but this is the kind of pitch where you start to inch yourself towards making the team. 2 balls and 2 strikes, 2 on against the starting catcher for the Twins. From Noah Song pitch, swing and a miss right by him at 95. Jeffers decided way too late, started the swing as the ball reached the mitt. Song makes him look silly, and there's 1 down. That is a Noah Song that we've seen so far this spring. 7th K in 5 1/3. Now he faces Victor Caratini. He takes a strike. Runners leading off of first and second. Caratini uses his timeout. Another example of higher level of competition. This is Caratini, 721 major league games. The 0-1 is a strike. Slider sailed in at the top of the zone. It's quickly 0-2. Keyshaw off of second. Don Cohn leading off of first. The 0-2. Song's pitch, swinging a chopper right side. Hickey off the back. First baseman is second. 1. Throw to first. It is a double play. 3-6-1. Noah Song makes the catch to finish the inning and finishes off his best escape job of the spring. A strikeout of Jeffers and a double play, and he still is not allowed a run in the Grapefruit League. We head to the 8th with the Red Sox and the Twins. Sox down by 1, 4-3. The Shaws and Star Market, WEEI, Red Sox Radio Network.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Your night in just got legendary. Legends.com is the only free-to-play social casino and sportsbook where you can spin the reels, drop parlays, chase the spread, and hit up live blackjack without leaving your couch. Slots, sports, original games. Legends has it all. Win real prizes and redeem instantly straight to your bank.
Legends is a free-to-play social casino. Void where prohibited. Must be 18 plus. Play responsibly. Visit Legends.com for full details.
Get in the game now and score a 50% bonus on your first purchase only at legendswithaz.com.
Wendy's has a new Girl Scout Thin Mints Frosty Fusion with Girl Scout Thin Mints cookie pieces, rich creamy frosty, and a mint chocolate cookie sauce. Which means Girl Scout Thin Mints and Wendy's Frosty, yeah, they're basically best friends now. It's like 2 delicious desserts just high-fived, snapped a few too many friendship selfies, and then rode a tandem bike down a never-ending road of mint chocolate frosty perfection. So, swing by Wendy's and try the new Thin Mints Frosty Fusion.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's.
Progressive knows there are some surprisingly expensive things in life, like rugs. People say a rug would really bring the room together. And sure, you don't know what that means, but it sounds important. Suddenly you're using words like jute and sisal. Then you see the price and lose it, because how can the thing you walk and spill on cost so much? So you devote your life to taking down Big Rug. But then you remember that switching your home and auto to Progressive could save you hundreds. So, looks like Big Rug is safe. For now. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
We're right back to the Sox on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
8th inning, and the Red Sox trailing the Minnesota Twins 4-3. Orsi, who took over and got the last out of the 7th inning, ready to pitch, and the delivery is taken high, ball 1. Monasterio still in as the DH. 3 more changes for the Minnesotans. Here it comes, and a foul tip into the mitt. See, Caden Kendall, who may make the club as a utility player, is out in left field. Kyler Fedko is at first base. And the catcher is Alex Jackson. The defensive catcher. Minnesota, 4 runs, 10 hits, no errors, 9-1 for the Red Sox. Monasterio, a single, fly to right and struck out. He takes the ball away. He was acquired in the Durbin trade. From the Brewers, the pitch. Swing and a miss. He waves it, a breaking ball away. Strike 3, swinging. So Orsi's faced 2 men and fan of both.
Every time I see Eric Orsi, I think of a minor league broadcaster I know who accidentally called him Eric Orzo. I think I'm just hungry.
Delicious, right? All right, here is Sogard. He's hitting in Campbell's spot. Kristen grounded into a double play, hit by a pitch and struck out looking. Orsi deals a strike in there. A little overcast here. 80 degrees at game time. Fairly substantial wind blowing from left across toward right. The pitch. Fouls to the backstop by Nick. Be with you tomorrow. Cooper Boardman and myself as the Red Sox host the Tampa Bay Rays. 6,466 the attendance, 6,466. For the win, the Red Sox would clinch a tie for the Commissioner's Cup here in Lee County. They haven't won it outright since 22, and there is a delivery too high, a breaking ball.
Looking forward to tomorrow, Johan Oviedo.
Look good.
He's look very really good. It's amazing. It's just amazing how bad he looked early in camp and how different it looks now.
Here's the pitch home, and it's up and away. I think the appearances, especially by pitchers, are scrutinized a lot more closely this time of the spring as we move deep into it. This is game number 18 for the Red Sox. The pitch taken high. He walked him. So tying run is aboard. Sogard down to first base. And here's Capra, who took over at shortstop, hitting in Ward's spot, where it was hit by a pitch, struck out, and grounded out to second, and he stole his 17th base, which is a record dating back to 2006 when they first started to keep those type records for spring training. Here's the pitch home, and it's in there for a strike. Vinny Capra up from minor league camp. He's a right-hand batter. Throw to first, and the runner sort of falls back with a hand tag. Fedko taking the throw at first base.
We were talking about Connor Falefa earlier. This is another one of these guys. They've valued versatility. Capra's played in the big leagues in a lot of different places.
Good lead at first. He goes. The pitch is swung on and missed. Here's the throw. It's wide, and it's a stolen base. The running Red Sox strike again.
You know, we're at the point in spring where it starts to resemble a little bit more of a season, meaning you could see a guy struggle early in camp and then really start to find his timing and turn it on. And I think that's starting to happen for Nick Sogard. You know, he struggled to start early in the month.
Here's a swing and a drive hit pretty well to center field, but back to make the over-the-head catch is the center fielder, Houghton. Throw comes into the infield, dropped by the shortstop, but tagging and moving to third is Sogard. A tough outfield. They almost misplayed that one, but rallied. 2 gone.
It has not been an easy day out there in this outfield.
Yeah, it's not so much the sun, but the wind has really been tough to handle. Here comes Mikey Romero hitting in Castro's spot. He's had a good spring. He's impressed. Castro is 1 for 3. Pitch home, and it's in there for a strike. Sogard's got a huge lead down the third base line with a third baseman well off the bag. Tying run at third for the Red Sox with 2 out. Here in the 8th, the pitch. Taken low. $6,466 the announced attendance. It's on the low side for this place when the Red Sox visit. The pitch home and a foul tip around the batter's box. Mikey Romero, former #1 pick out of California, is a left-hand batter.
Big, strong kid. You said it, having a really nice spring. You know, I think everyone believes that he's going to start in AAA in Worcester. Well, there's, you know, still time to change that, but the kind of guy that there's really no reason why he can't be in the big leagues this year.
He grounds it hard and just foul outside of third. Getting close to hitting Sogard, leading off in foul ground, as you're taught to do. Horsey to the set position. And the 1-2 is a little bit low. Twins do a great job bringing back their alumni. Paul Molitor's doing soon. We visited with Tony Oliva here. Bert Blyleven. Phil Rule, former catcher. Rod Carew unable to make it this year after recent surgery. The pitch. Taken low.
They have all their names on the little street signs that mark each different kind of parking lane outside. Garden hire. I'm parked on Carew.
Yeah, that's a good spot. Close to the entrance. The pitch. Swing. There's a shot hammer to right center field. It's high and deep. Back by the wall. Hits off the wall. This ties the game. Romero on his way to second, and he's in there with a double. That was not wind aided. It was hammered on a low line. The deep right center field. We're knotted at 4.
And that is Mikey Romero. I mean, that pitch is hammered. That's a slider inner half. Not poorly placed, but to Mikey Romero, poorly placed. And you see the lightning hands. See the bat through the zone. Hey, you see it leave the bat hard. 106 off the bat for a guy who does that with regularity.
Nathan Hickey getting his first plate appearance. Here's the pitch home. And it's low and inside, ball 1. Mikey Romero really put a charge into that one. So the Red Sox and the Twins knotted again. Each team with 4 runs on 10 hits. Horsey, a lean right-hander, delivers home. Here's a strike.
382 feet for Mikey. That is, for the record, a home run at Fenway Park.
Would have been with a bullpen split. Go ahead and run at second. The pitch. Down and away. Red Sox have the Rays again tomorrow. They have 5 games of the Rays, 8 with the Twins. So anytime he can stay off 75, it's a break. Ground ball left side through for a base hit. This is going to give the Red Sox the lead. Romero score is standing. The throw comes to the middle of the diamond. And Nathan Hickey with an RBI single is giving the Red Sox a 5-4 lead.
Well, that's a swing that you haven't seen a lot of from Nathan Hickey these last 2 years. Fastball. Usually you see him try to pull it. This time he goes the other way. Not only does he go the other way, he goes the other way with force. 103 off the bat through the hole in the left side. Good things happen. That's 2 good things in a row for the Red Sox.
Barzy seems to have run out of gas. He's on the hook now as he departs. Derek Shelton, the manager, out there with the change. As we come your way in the Shaws in Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Network.
The holidays are over. The relatives are gone. But in your guest bathroom, something's lingering. Between the potato peels in the disposal and the gifts.
You're out of air freshener, you know that?
Your family left in the plumbing. Your pipes are screaming for help. Don't DIY your way into a flood. Call the experts at Drains by James. They've seen it all, they've smelt it all, and fixed it all. Drains by James. Because let's be honest, they give a poop about your pipes. Check out drainsbyjames.com.
There's a lot to love about. There's a lot to love about you.
You don't want to miss the Subaru of New England A Lot to Love event. Love all the 2026 Subaru Forester or Forester Hybrid have to offer. Like standard, symmetrical, all-wheel drive. Buy with as low as 0.9% financing or lease for as low as $249 per month. Details at SubaruofNewEngland.com.
Grant Hartwig is the next Minnesota pitcher. The Red Sox now leading at 5-4 here in the top of the 8th inning. And he's brought on here with 2 out in the 8th. All the scoring happening with 2 down. Marcero struck out, but Sogard walked, stole the bag, went to third on a fly out with 2 down. Romero single off the wall, double off the wall, tie it up. And Nate Hickey with a single up the middle as Grant Hartwig takes over. And here's McDonough playing in right field, left-hand batter. See a lot of Tyler in spring training the last few years. You've seen him in the regular season.
Very much so.
And he takes inside for ball 1.
He's somebody, he is not a tall guy by any stretch of the imagination, but he is someone that he's coming to camp and the swings have looked different. I mean, he's gone the other way for a home run this year for the first time I think I've ever seen him do it.
Missing inside.
I think, too, we're always kind of on the lookout for who's the next one of these under-the-radar guys, right? Nick Sogard from where he was 4 years ago to now. Nate Eaton from where he was at the beginning of spring last year to where he is now.
That one misses.
And I think Tyler McDonough is one of those guys in that mold, right? Can play all over the infield and the outfield. Can put the ball in play, can run, has a little bit of power, is growing that part of his game.
That's low, goes to 3-1.
And, these are players, too. You talked to Nick Sogard 3 years ago. He knew where he was at, and he knew what needed to improve because the Red Sox had laid out a clear path for him to do it, and he did it.
Runner goes, pitch is taken for a strike. Here's the throw. It's in time. Hickey caught by plenty, caught stealing 2-6, and that retires the side. But the Red Sox take the lead once again after 7.5, 5-4 Boston and the Shaws in Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Network.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door, And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Hey everyone, I'm Josh Radner, and I am so excited to tell you about How We Made Your Mother, a rewatch podcast looking back at How I Met Your Mother. And I'm here with Craig Thomas, who co-created the show along with Carter Bays. Hi, Craig.
Hey, Josh. Somehow it has been 20 years since the show premiered. I'm going to check the math on that. 10 years since it went off the air, and we thought that made this a perfect time to look back, see what the hell we did, and why the show still seems to resonate with fans around the world today.
Follow and listen to How We Made Your Mother wherever you get your podcasts.
At some health systems, cancer care can make you feel like a number. At South Coast Health Cancer Care, you're more than a diagnosis. We offer the most advanced treatments and the latest surgical advancements, led by a connected team of experts who not only see your cancer, but all of you. Because healing isn't just medicine, it's compassion, it's connection, it's care that knows your story and walks along with you. We are South Coast Health Cancer Care. Visit southcoast.org/cancercare.
You're listening to live play-by-play action of the Boston Red Sox on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Jacob Webb, the next pitcher for the Red Sox, Song, gave up 2 hits, then got a strikeout in the double play ball. His game to win with Boston on top here. Tristan Gray, up there from the left side, took over at shortstop, briefly Red Sox property. The new pitcher is Jacob Webb, and the new catcher is Nate Baez. And he and the catcher are going to have a conference along with the umpire. I think it's a issue with the pitch comm.
All 3 guys with their ears up to it, like they're listening for the ocean with the seashell.
Yeah. So far away.
This is kind of a fun one. Tristan Gray is batting. He was traded to the Red Sox in November for Luis Guerrero. He went to the Fenway Fest at MGM, which is wonderful. We met him. Great guy. Had a great conversation with him, how excited he was to be a member of the Red Sox in 2026. And then on January 21st, he was traded to the Twins for Nate Baez, who's now the catcher right now.
They're just a foot or so away from one another. There's a call strike from Webb. Used to plenty of Jacob Webb.
Very much so. Standing tall. Guy that, when he's in the zone, good things happen.
Leaves a sinker low and away.
I haven't gotten a chance to talk to him yet, but now we've seen him a couple of times in Major League Spring. His arm angle is lower than it was last year.
And he drills a strike at the knees. 1-2.
That comes out, 94, hard, fast. He's a big guy, long extension. That looks a lot different than the guy we saw at AAA last year.
The 1-2 pitch to Tristan Gray, and he swings and fits a little flare, just foul. That's the third base coach, Raymond Borrego. Their field coordinator on the coaching staff is the son of the former manager of the Twins, longtime manager Ron Gardenhire, who also managed the Tigers. Gardy, a great guy. Pitch on its way, and it swung on and grounded fair down the left field line, rolling into foul ground. There should be extra bases for Gray. He's on his way to second and makes it with a pop-up slide with ease. Tying run in scoring position.
Whole Twin staff is really interesting, right? Grady Sizemore is going to be their first base coach. LaTroy Hawkins, who saw down in the field pregame.
Yeah, he's a big addition. And it's great to see guys that played the big leagues get coaching jobs. Doesn't happen too often these days. Here's Eric Wegeman. Took over at third base. Right-hand batter. Takes the ball. Five-4 Twins with the tying run at second. Both clubs with 11 hits in a game played at a rather slow pace. The pitch home. The ride's up and in.
You're listening to the Shaws and Star.
2 balls and no strikes to count. Nobody out. Here's the pitch. Low ball 3. See, all of the Red Sox starters have departed, except for the DH. The pitch home. Foul to the right side out of play as he got the green light.
And we saw Monasterio start. Nick Sogard comes in. Be interested in that battle, right? Eaton, Sogard, Monasterio.
Poke foul to the right out of play, so the count is full.
Oh, nice catch over there. Guy bounced it up to himself, made the grab. But I'll be interested in that bench battle, especially down the stretch here in spring training. Those guys are going to get major league at-bats against good pitching. It still feels like a very open competition.
Here's the pitch home. Up and away, ball 4. We always make a big deal out of the teams that make the roster, but it can change in one day.
It's true.
An injury or somebody coming off an injury.
Pitching side of it, right? I mean, we're all obsessed with who's going to be the 5 starter for the Red Sox. Well, whoever starts at AAA, I promise, is going to pitch plenty in the big leagues.
Normally the way it works, first and second, nobody out. Here's Houghton. Maddox is his first name, spelled just like Greg. Taken high, ball 1.
There's a great stat from Jason Stark in The Athletic, who said that on average, teams last year got a combined 145 innings from their 6th and lower spots on their depth chart.
Foul to the right.
So they got that's a full starting pitcher, 145 innings. That's a season almost. From guys that, were not on opening day rosters, and in some cases not even close to opening day rosters.
Injury list grows. Of course, guaranteed contracts have a lot to do with that. The pitch inside. And of course, the lower amount of time you need to spend on the IL is a factor. Jacob Webb with a 2-1 pitch. Strike. He drilled that at the knees over the inside edge at 93.
You've seen, think about the Dodgers, and they're a special case in a lot of ways, but, IL stints that almost feel precautionary in a way. Hey, we'll get our best guys ready for when we need to get them ready.
The pitch home is a slider low and away.
Of course, we don't all have that luxury, but
when you get a payroll like that, you do. Webb struggling. First and second, nobody out. He's gone full house. Maddox, Houghton. The pitch. Strike 3 call. Took a sinker down and away. So there's a big strikeout.
I am a bit bewildered by the number of Twins that have complained about calls to Derek Thomas without challenging them. They haven't used a challenge all game.
What if they're told not to by their manager? I don't know. So here is Tanner Schobel, Chobel, and he takes a strike. The right-hander Jacob Webb delivers 0-1. Low and away. That was a sweeper. Fans getting impatient.
Never good when you can hear the individual complaints.
Here it comes. And the drive foul. First base side over by the Red Sox bullpen.
Of course, those fans have had plenty of time to grow more impatient.
And to calm their nerves one way or another. There's a drive foul on the first base side again.
And some of us have tea times.
I keep looking at the watch. Jacob Webb with a 1-2 pitch coming. And the fastball's too high.
I mean, Bob Kendrick's going to be standing at the first tee tapping his foot at this point.
Yeah. He can hit it a long way. I went to Park College in the Kansas City area on a basketball scholarship. He's in their Hall of Honor. The pitch is a slider away. He's going full house again. See a nibbler?
Yes. Full experience right here.
1 out. Runners at first and second. Payoff pitch coming to Tanner Scoble. And he takes ball 4. It was ahead in the count and lost him. So the bases are loaded.
Yeah.
Webb making trouble for himself.
Yeah, I think that's it for him, too. He's throwing 23 pitches. He had missed a couple of times. You know, again, they're not really challengeable pitches, but they're not really terribly far from the zone, 1.5 inches or so. But, yeah, just one of those outings for him.
We have a pitching change here at Hammond Stadium on the Shawson Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Network.
Hey, it's Sean Flaherty, managing partner of Catcher's Law Group. Every Sunday, the Patriots fight for New England on the field. And every day, Catcher's Law fights for New Englanders off the field. For over 40 years, we've been more than attorneys. We've been neighbors, parents, fans, and friends. We've fought for hardworking families, injured workers, and people who simply need someone in their corner. That's why the Patriots named us their official law firm. Because when it comes to standing up for our community, Catcher's Law shows up every day.
This is Scott McFarland of McFarland Energy. While there's no shortage of companies offering heating oil delivery, boilers, furnaces, heat pumps, and air conditioning, we stand apart from the rest. Since opening our doors in 1946, our goal has been to deliver the best combination of price, expertise, and equipment to all of Eastern Mass and the Cape. This winter, consider McFarland Energy for your next oil delivery. You'll love our prices, and we'll treat you and your home like family. And don't forget to ask us about cleaner burning bioheat. Please visit us at mcfarlandenergy.com.
Hey guys, it's Courtney. Did you know Verizon Home Internet covers more homes with faster speeds across the country than any other provider? Now you can get award-winning FiOS internet for just $20 a month for 3 years. Switch today and enjoy savings you can count on. Verizon Home Internet consists of FiOS and 5G home. Availability varies. Comparison based on FCC BDS data of home internet providers and download speeds over 50 Mbps. June 2025. Limited time offer for eligible new customers. FiOS $20 monthly plan with autopay, mobile phone plan, mobile plus home, and bonus discount. Enrollment required. 3-year price guarantee applies only to the then current base monthly rate for FiOS. Additional terms apply.
Grady Senna, SENA up from minor league camp, is the next Red Sox pitcher as Webb really struggled. Given the lead, gave up a double and 2 walks to load the bases. Getting darker here, but there's no rain in forecast that we've seen.
I'll say it again, some of us have a tea time here. There's some dark clouds on the horizon. Those palm trees are swaying a little dangerously.
All right, they're full. And here is Clell Rosario, took over in right field. Right-hand batter, takes it high, ball 1. So you see pitchers you're not going to see in the regular season late in some of these games, even at this point. Bases loaded. The 1-0 pitch coming. The right-hand batter takes the ball high. A walk would tie the game.
You said you're semi-retired. Are you reconsidering the semi part of that?
It's still baseball. 2-0 pitch. Rosario tries to check and can't do it. Called a strike, a cutter away. Royce Lewis started in the spot, was 0 for 4. Bel Rosario. Runners lead at first, second, and third. Here's the pitch. And a strike over the inner half. Now Are they going to challenge? Yes, they are. The hitter wants to challenge.
This is going to be top of the zone. Or close.
I think it's a strike.
And it is.
Just caught the top of the zone.
The first Twins challenge comes 1 out into the 8th inning.
You know, we have not seen nearly as many on either side as we did early in camp. 2-2 pitch coming. Senna deals, and a swing and a miss. He got him on a slider away. So Rosario fans.
High curveball. I mean, that's a curveball way up in the zone. Just plummets down, catches the top. As a hitter, you're thinking, no shot, this is coming back, and it does.
Alex Jackson, the catcher. Only a light hitter.
Yeah, he dings Santa for a ball. He, for the second time in the outing, did not have his eyes on the hitter.
Kershaw was 2 for 4. The double and a run scored in this spot in the order. So it's a 1-0 count. The pitch. Low ball 2. Gray is the tying run at third. Wagaman's at second. Scoble at first. The pitch. Strike over the inside corner. These Twins aren't swinging the bat much.
Funny, too, because that's all they were doing against Connolly early. And every pitcher after that, I can't remember the last guy who swung at the first pitch.
2 balls and a strike. 2 out, 3 on. Here it comes. Swing and a miss. Lay down a pitch down and away. Fastball at 96. So the count has gone full, or it's 2-2. 2 balls, 2 strikes, not yet full. Here comes the pitch home. Taken high. Another full count.
I was going to say, I think you saw it coming.
It's 4 straight batters of full counts.
Crowd grows restless.
Runners will go on anything now. They'll be off with a pitch. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 out, 3 on. Senna delivers. Swing and a ground foul off the foot of the batter in the box. So we'll do it again. Alex Jackson, veteran backup catcher, awaits. Senna's ready. The runners go. The pitch outside. The game is tied. 3 walks in this 8th inning. It's been ugly. So that run charged to Gray. Blown save to Senna.
Alex Cora sitting first base side behind the screen, looks at Santa, claps his hands 3 times, looks at Santa, and Santa gets right back on the mound. All you can do.
Rennie Duncan, the batter, took over as a pinch runner earlier, is up for the 2nd time, singled his 1st time, and he drives one to the gap in deep left center. This is way back, and it is a one-hopper off the wall. It may clear the bases. 2 runs have scored. Here comes a 3rd run across the plate. And Rennie Duncan has a 3-run double, and Minnesota leads 7-4. So this one gotten out of hand. They put a good swing in that. He's 2 for 2.
Kid who spent most of his time last year in Cedar Rapids, having a great day today at Fort Myers.
Yeah, 2 for 2 with 3 runs batted in on a booming double. Wegeman scoring. Scoble scoring from 2nd. Jackson from 1st.
A second violation against Sena. So it counts 1-0 again.
Must be nerves. 1-0 the count. Twins have 4 in the 8th. This has been a very ugly inning. The pitch taken low and away. Well, these pitchers must feel like they've been out there forever, and they have.
I was going to say.
3 runs. 3 runs charged to Webb, who's on the hook. There's a strike.
Oh, another challenge.
Well, I guess they have the right to do it. Given permission by their manager.
Stays the strike.
Yep, it is a strike right at the bottom of the zone. This is Kyler Fedko.
Got him for another violation.
Got to make eye contact. What is going on here? Derek Thomas has been vigilant about that, but you think he'd learn.
And you get a warning beforehand, so it's actually 4 different times he's committed the violation. You can see the frustration from Santa.
The pitch home. Taken low.
His fastball velocity is up a little bit. You can see he's rearing back in anger and frustration, but this is about, can you take a breath and find a way? And
well, he struck out the first man, but now he's issued 2 walks and a booming double.
It's also, I mean, they're not going to make him throw forever at a spring training game, but he's only thrown 12 pitches, so this is his inning. His burdened
like
shoulder.
50.
Yeah, yeah. Well, this has been now a 39-pitch inning between Webb and Sena.
Webb 1/3 of an inning, 3 runs, 1 hit, 2 walks.
You can even see it there. Nate Baez, the catcher, did a really nice job of calling time and going out to talk with him and put his hand on Sena's back as if to say, like, let's take a second here. You can even see it in Sena's body language, the frustration in his shoulders.
Caden Kendall takes the ball low. 2 on, 2 out, 4 runs home. Twins leading 8-4. Pitch. Ground ball, fisted foul, first base side. We take 10 seconds on the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Network.
The Eagles play here. Catch BC football, basketball, baseball, and hockey on WEEI AM, Boston, an Odyssey station.
1-1 the count. Sena deals. And there's a drive toward the gap in right center field. Long run for the center fielder, and it's run down out there nicely by Skylar King to retire the side, finally. But the Twins get 4. They lead at 8-5 on the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Network.
Looking for something smart, soulful, and full of heart? I'm Jen Hatmaker, host of For the Love, the podcast where we talk about what really matters. Love and family, faith and purpose. Every week, I'm joined by incredible guests for honest conversations that invite all of us to live with more intention, more laughter, and more connection. Join us on For the Love wherever you get your podcasts.
The 99 Restaurant's $14.99 big deal meals always hit the spot. They're big on flavor, big on comfort, and big on value. And now you can dig into these hearty favorites any day of the week. That's right, the $14.99 big deal meals are available all day, every day. So now you can have the roasted turkey dinner all week long. Hurry in today or every day for any one of our $14.99 big deal meals. You gotta love the nines.
The holidays are over. The relatives are gone. But in your guest bathroom, something's lingering. Between the potato peels in the disposal and the gifts.
You're out of air freshener, you know that?
Your family left in the plumbing. Your pipes are screaming for help. Don't DIY your way into a flood. Call the experts at Drains by James. They've seen it all, they've smelt it all, and fixed it all. Drains by James. Because let's be honest, they give a poop about your pipes. Check out drainsbyjames.com.
What's up, little psychos? I'm Investigator Slater, host of the Psychopedia podcast. Psychopedia is a true crime podcast delivering raw, real, and absolutely gripping episodes every single week. I dig deep to uncover fascinating details of heinous true crime cases while exploring criminology and psychology theories. I take you into the absolute darkest corners of the human psyche, my favorite territory, and present cases like you've never heard them before. Follow and listen to Psychopedia everywhere you get your podcasts.
To the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Ninth inning, and Hartwig, right now the pitcher record on the plus side. He'd get a win if the Red Sox don't tie to take the lead here. Telling McDonough was at the plate when Hickey was caught stealing the pitch outside that end of the top of the eighth. The Twins getting 4 in the bottom of the eighth with the wildness of Red Sox pitchers. They had only 2 hits, 2 doubles, but the walks really came back to haunt. McDonough takes it low. 2-0. Throwing strikes has been difficult for these young pitchers up from minor league camp. Here it comes, and he runs it inside. Certainly the last thing you want when your team's giving you a 3-run lead is to walk the leadoff batter.
No question. You want to go out there and like give him a hug or something. I mean, it's just been, we've seen it a lot late in these games, but for whatever reason today,
call strike.
It does seem to be contagious.
Well, many of these are not big league pitchers, and I'm sure there's nerves involved and maybe a little fear of contact. Is it a pitch clock issue, or is it?
Hey, Jackson just wants to talk to Hartwig. It shook him off a couple of times. Smattering of boos. We got some great jerseys today. Always amazed at the number of Joe Mauer jerseys when we come here, which I guess I probably shouldn't be, but you know, we're talking, I guess, you know, more than 5, 6, 7 years since he last played consistently.
Really Minnesota nice all the way, Joe Mauer. What a great guy. He was inducted into the Hall of Fame the same year I got my award, and I spent some wonderful time with Joe. The pitch is swung and bounced weakly to the right side. Who's covering? Pitcher a little late, but he just does get there in time. He was a little late thinking that the second baseman would field it, but the first baseman, Fedko, did, and it was a 3-1 out.
Gentleman in the Joe Mauer jersey liked that very much. Stood up and gave him a round of applause.
Red Sox fans might too. 1 down. And here is Corey Rozier, the left fielder, hitting in Meyer's spot. Meyer was 0 for 4, a couple of strikeouts. One out in the ninth. Minnesota leading 8-5. The pitch. Ground ball, no, a line drive rather, foul over the screen. Calling all Wimpy Kid fans. Diary of a Wimpy Kid Day is coming to Fenway Park on Saturday, April 18th. Purchase a special ticket. You receive a limited edition Diary of a Wimpy Kid by Red Sox bobblehead. Get tickets today, redsox.com/Wimpy Kid. That's a new one. Check swing strike and a high delivery. And he wants the challenge. Whew. Very, very close. They did call it a strike, though. He got it right.
Absolute upper region, corner of the zone away. I mean, it was a right-handed thrower and a sinker moving away from Rozier, so it just danced over the top corner. And those are the kinds of pitches that hitters will never think are strikes that the ABS zone, you know, finds just enough of.
Hartwig deals, and there's a high fly ball to left field. Should be handled. Kendall going over. He's there near the line and makes the catch in shallow left. So 2 gone. Red Sox down to their last out. And Skylar King will bat for the first time in Connor Falefa's spot.
Some news from the backfields. Rob Bradford tweeting out some videos and updates. Tristan Casas smoked a ball off of Cutter Crawford.
Ground ball hit to the second baseman. This should do it. The throw to first ends the ball game. Minnesota wins it 8-5. What was the result of that?
Casas homered off of Crawford. There you go. Both playing.
And here the Twins get 4 in the 8th to beat the Red Sox 8-5. Red Sox drop to 8-10. The Twins 7-11-1. And the Commissioner's Cup Series here, 3 wins for the Red Sox, now 2 for the Twins. Totals next on the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Network.
Do you have a dark curiosity? Follow and listen to Heart Starts Pounding on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Hi, I'm retired U.S. Army Staff Sergeant Travis Mills. In 2012, I was critically injured in Afghanistan, losing portions of all 4 limbs. But thanks to support from people like you, I turned my struggles into strength. At the Travis Mills Foundation, we serve post 9/11 veterans, first responders, and their families, helping them heal, grow, and thrive together. Your donation makes it possible. Visit TravisMillsFoundation.org to give today.
Hi, it's Eric and Renee Peabody with Window World of Boston.
When you work with Window World, your curb appeal goes up. We offer a wide selection, including custom wood.
From $99 per month, no money down, for a house full of windows installed.
Plus, all of our windows are Energy Star rated.
And while $99 a month for a house full of windows installed is impressive, we encourage you, shop around. We're simply the best for less.
It's time to love where you live. Locally owned.
Nationally known. Visit us at windowworldofboston.com.
At Citizens, we help make sense of your money and all your money questions.
Is there a right way to prep for my future?
Do I keep renting or finally